Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and as we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing if you're able. I'll now ask Councillor Skalski to introduce the performers of our national anthem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce this morning's performance of O Canada by the Metcalfe Public School Junior Choir. So this choir is made up of talented students in grades 4 to 6, led by their dedicated director, Madame McDonald. These folks are meeting weekly throughout the school year. They've already shared their voices at the school's holiday concert in December and have proudly represented their school at Choral Fest in Canterbury High School in both 2024 and last year in 25. And some members have also performed at the Victoria Park Christmas lighting and Remembrance Day ceremony. Today, we're honored to be here at City Hall. They are honored to be here at City Hall, proudly representing Osgoode Ward, and are delighted to lead us in Canada's national anthem. So please join me in welcoming the Metcalfe Public School Junior Choir.
Thank you again to the Metcalfe Public School Junior Choir. I will now ask for the roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Hello.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Ici.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci. So just a quick note on how the meeting is going to proceed. We have two in-camera briefings. So we're going to go through the consent agenda first, and then do the first in-camera briefing. So we'll break, get set up for the in-camera. Then we'll come back and deal with all the items that were held. And then we will do the second in-camera briefing and then come back and do the items after the second in-camera briefing on the agenda. So is everybody clear on that? Okay, and just before we start, our city manager wanted to make a few remarks and introduce newest member of the team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take this opportunity this morning to formally introduce Rick Laurier, our new General Manager of Transit Services. He's sitting beside Troy this morning. And I know that we are all delighted to have Rick join the City of Ottawa to lead the transit team as they continue to transform Ottawa's growing multimodal transit system. Nous sommes contents d'avoir Rick à la Ville d'Ottawa.
We're very happy to have Rick at the City of Ottawa.
Experience overseeing integrated bus, light rail, subway, and streetcar systems with responsibility for operations, maintenance, safety, and long-term asset management. And Rick started his career literally in the driver's seat as a unionized transit operator with the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, and he worked his way up through the organization, taking on progressively senior leadership roles. And he has since worked with York Region Transit and the Toronto Transit Commission. At the TTC, Rick led one of North America's largest bus and rail networks, balancing the demands of daily service, delivery with capital renewal, system modernization, and rail extension initiatives. And his experience ranges from managing aging infrastructure, supporting the integration of new and expanding services, ensuring the successful delivery of capital projects. And throughout his career, Rick has prioritized service reliability, customer experience, and data-informed decision-making. Rick, again, literally has hit the ground running since stepping into the general manager role less than a week ago, having met members of council, staff, and partners. He'll also be reaching out to Transit Committee members, and I think he may have already, for follow-up discussions and further introductions. He's toured transit facilities and garages. He's joined transit riders for morning and afternoon commutes and participated in briefings on key priorities, including the ongoing issues that we're having with Line 1 and the status of the East End extension and the plan to reestablish bus reliability. Rick knows what it takes to run a large transit system, and I'm confident that he has the right combination of experience and vision to empower the dedication in the team in transit services to continue strengthening the transit system and rebuilding trust with our riders. Je suis convaincue que Rick a
I'm convinced that Rick has the experience and the vision necessary to direct our team.
Je vous invite à vous joindre, moi.
I would like to invite you to join me in welcoming Rick at the City of Ottawa.
I want to take a moment to recognize Troy Charter for stepping in as interim general manager of transit during the executive recruitment process for the permanent GM. Troy, thank you for providing stability and leadership to the department while working to improve service and moving key priorities forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Wendy, and welcome, Rick, and thank you, Troy. All right, confirmation of minutes from the council meeting on March 11th, including the confidential minutes. Is that carried? Are there any declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. So we will jump ahead to item 10, the motion to introduce reports. Councillor Luloff.
That the Agriculture Rural Affairs Committee Report 34, Audit Committee Report 16, Built Heritage Committee Report 30, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 22, Joint Planning and Housing Community Services, Joint Housing and Community Services Committee Report 1, Planning and Housing Committee Report 62, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Work 25, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements, at the City Council meeting of March 11th, 2026 be received and considered, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 35 due to the time sensitivity of items contained in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Is that carried? I will note that Councillor Kelly did send his regrets for the meeting today. Moving on to Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, item 11.1 is the Ottawa Rural Clean Water Program Review and Renewal. Is that carried? 11.2 is the Urban Design Review Panel Procedural and Reporting Updates. Is that carried? Item 11.3 is the motion from Councillor Brown regarding a review of rural transit areas A and B, the funding model and feasibility of private mass transportation partnerships.
Hold.
Hold that. Item 11.4 is the motion from Councillor Skalski on management of excess soils. Is that carried? From Audit Committee, the item 12.1 is the semi-annual report on follow-up procedures. Is that received? 12.2 is the report on the fraud and waste hotline. Is that received? 12.3 is the annual report. Is that received? And 12.4 is the investigation into OC Transpo recruitment and staffing. Is that carried? From Built Heritage, 13.1 is the heritage permit for 180 Lansdowne Road South. Is that carried? From Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services, we'll hold item 14.1. There's a motion related to that. From Finance and Corporate Services Committee, 15.1 is the 2026 tax policy and other revenue matters. Is that carried? 15.2 are the budgets and special levies for business improvement areas in the Spark Street Mall Authority. Is that carried? 15.3 are the Conservation Authority's levies for 2026. Is that carried? 15.4 is the land exchange agreement as part of the Bank Street Renewal Project with the NCC. Is that carried? From the Joint Planning and Housing and Community Services Committee, we have the 5-year review of the Housing and Homelessness Plan, which we will hold. From Planning and Housing Committee, item 17.1 is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 951 Gladstone and 145 Loretta. Is that carried?
Dissent on bullet 4, please.
Okay, otherwise carried. 17.2, inclusionary zoning policy and regulatory framework, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. Is that carried?
Carried.
Dissent.
Dissent.
I will also dissent.
Okay, did you note the 3 dissents? Was 3? We will hold item 18.1 and 18.2. 18.3 is Flagstaff Drive and traffic calming. Is that carried? And then the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? All right, so we will go back to item 9 on the agenda, which is an education training session. And I will ask Councillor Luloff to read the motion to move in camera.
Be resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw number 2025-100 subsection 13.3 respecting education and training of members and subsection 13.1H respecting information explicitly supplied in confidence to municipality by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency of any of them in order to receive an educational briefing session for members of council provided by representatives of the following organization. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service, Integrated Threat Assessment Center, Parliamentary Protective Service, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and Ottawa Police Service.
Is that carried? Thank you. So we will move in camera and resume in a few minutes. Thank you. start again in 1 minute. We'll start again in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to resume, and for the benefit of the public, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsection 13.3, respecting education and training of members, and subsection 13.1H, respecting information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency of any of them, in order to receive an educational briefing session for members of council provided by representatives of the following organizations: Canadian Security Intelligence Service, Integrated Threat Assessment Centre, Parliamentary Protective Service, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and Ottawa Police Service. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So we're going to resume with item 11.3 on the agenda, which is Councillor Brown's review of rural transit areas A and B. And Councillor Brown, I know you wanted to just offer some context for the motion before we get into discussion on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss the motion. It did pass the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee unanimously last week, and I think it shows that this is an important issue for rural residents, and we certainly heard it through the Rural Summit, which was unanimously endorsed by Council back in 2024-2025. This continues on with that theme of rural solutions for rural residents. What this motion isn't is a move to privatize OC Transpo service. And one thing I want to make clear, colleagues, in the motion itself, it talks about the opportunity to look at supplemental service. If you look at Geo-Ottawa on the transit boundaries map, you'll notice that the urban transit area, that's where there is service 7 days a week, is smaller than the geographic area of the ward I represent. You'll also notice that the area currently served by OC Transpo, and that's both the urban transit area and the rural transit area A, is larger than the service we see provided by the TTC, just for some context, because I think geography and distance certainly play an important role in this conversation. What we're looking for as rural councillors is the opportunity to examine all different models to provide mass transit service in rural Ottawa. This isn't about cutting jobs. It's not about cutting a service that exists today. It looks at filling a gap that exists. And I think that's probably the most important point I can make today, is that there is more geography in the city of Ottawa that receives 0 daily transit service than geography that does. What the rural colleagues on the Rural Affairs Committee are asking isn't to expand the urban transit area writ large, because I don't think that would be feasible, and we heard that last week at committee, but it certainly wouldn't make a lot of financial sense, because the further you move out from this place, the level and density of residents in the city drops. And so what we're looking for is an opportunity to have a conversation, an open and transparent conversation with all of the facts on the table. So hopefully we are in a position as a council as a whole to make a determination on how to fill the rural transit gap that exists today. I hope we also take the opportunity to look at the municipalities that surround the city of Ottawa that are already providing some excellent service and some great opportunities for their residents. And you've heard me say it here before, Mr. Mayor, that there isn't a lot of difference between a resident in rural Ottawa and a resident in the townships around us. It's just that we are a part of the city of Ottawa. And I hope this is an opportunity to have an open and transparent conversation, and certainly looking forward to the debate today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Menard, who had asked for the item to be held.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just have some questions of staff. And in reading the motion, it seems to really target the rural transit area A and B funding models as its main thrust. It's not so much about providing transit service to rural residents, which I think we all support. It's about how that's funded. The very first line is direct staff to review the rural transit area A and B funding models. And it continues on. And of course, the last line also speaks to those funding models. It seems to me what is actually being requested here is a not so transparent attempt to realign those models, perhaps eliminate or reduce those fees in favor of some other transportation service. Could be private, could be some public, but that, when you read the motion, it's clear the intent is different than just providing good transit service to rural residents, which we all support. So just my questions to staff, because I don't have many illusions. I'm sure this will pass. I won't vote for it, but I'm sure it'll pass here. But to staff, if you carry this out and it passes today, I'm assuming that the service arrangements and geographical tax allocations are going to be something that you'll speak to. What does the current transit bylaw say? What does the current collective agreement say? And what does the provincial legislation say already about this sort of service in the rural area as it relates to OC Transpo providing or overseeing, I suppose, that jurisdiction?
Mr. Mayor, the provincial legislation assigns to the city the responsibility to regulate public transportation within its boundaries, with some exceptions like mainline railways and school buses. The transit bylaw assigns most of that responsibility to OC Transpo and provides 3 exceptions where private companies can apply to provide services of different types. The funding model right now is that transit taxes collected in the urban area pay for the operating and capital costs of providing the service in the urban area. The property taxes collected in rural transit area A, that's the first ring around the urban area, pay for the capital and operating costs of providing the services from the villages into town, plus paratransport service, and plus the weekly shopper service. And the funding, the tax that's collected in rural transit area B, the outer area of those 3 rings, contributes to the capital and operating cost of the paratransport service plus the weekly shopper services. the collective agreement doesn't speak specifically to anything about rural service, and I'll ask if Stuart wants to say anything more about the collective agreement.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand the motion, if it passes, one of the items would be for staff to evaluate the feasibility, and that would include, as Mr. Scrimshaw indicated, looking at the City of Ottawa Act 1999, the transit bylaw, and also any obligations under contract, which would include the particular collective agreement. And so generally speaking, the collective agreement provides that there will be no contracting out if it's going to result in layoffs. And in addition to that, notwithstanding that, there would be an opportunity for involvement of the applicable unions to have input on as part of that feasibility discussion. So it does contemplate that discussion with the workplace parties.
Okay, that's very helpful. It seems to me this, if passed, will come back with a lot of impediments about the thrust of the motion in the first place. And I hope we can come up with a way to provide some more shuttle service, some more van service through OC Transpo to rural areas where there is that demand and where it makes sense financially to do so. I guess a few of the lines in here strike me as it's hard to know what the intent is, but one of them says come up with options within the rural area, within each ward, to improve alignment between ratepayers and bus service receivers. So you can read that several different ways. I guess with that type of a line in there, is it possible that OC Transpo could come back and recommend increases to the RTA area's tax levy, decreases to the RTA area's tax levies, depending on service? I understand, some is just the para service, and then obviously the A is the larger amount. So I guess the question is just, how do you interpret that line? What is that saying to you?
Mr. Mayor, we read that item B as, together with item C, as asking us to review whether there is any inconsistency with what taxes are collected and what services are delivered, and specifically to look at it by ward rather than by the complete urban transit area A, urban transit area B, as council has decided them. So we'll do that analysis and see if there is any misalignment as described in the third part in C there.
And might there be recommendations to implement proposed adjustments to RTA A and B funding models as a result of that review? They could go up, they could go down, depends on the ward and the area.
My read of this is that, and we'll look at this further, but my initial read is that this is not about either increasing or reducing budget or service, but asking us to look at the allocation of those services and costs, really the costs between the various wards that intersect with those two taxation areas.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. I also appreciate the Noah Weinberg's discussion around this as well. Private transit is very difficult to make work. Usually it results in higher fees, obviously less jobs for within OC Transpo, but furthermore, usually the costs are high for individuals who want to take the bus or take the service. I think you get into a question where you could be subsidizing private services with public taxpayer dollars and not having the long-term benefit there. I think that's probably why some of those services have stopped in the past as well. So, I've got concerns about the amount of work in here. When is OC Transpo planning on reporting back? I know the initial motion had a report back date. This one doesn't. What is the intended timeline if this goes through?
Mr. Mayor, the motion asks us to report back basically when we're done.
When you're done, which could be next term of council?
I would imagine it would be sometime. I mean, if things are straightforward, I would imagine sometime during the first part of next year. but it doesn't set a timeline. You know, there was an earlier draft had a timeline, and we provided the comment to the mover of the motion that we wouldn't be able to do all that work on our current capacity. So this has us come back. So I imagine it would be into the next term of council.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I saw this motion, I kind of understood exactly what the councillor was seeking. We provide transit service to 1, 2, 5 rural villages, right? We provide transit, actually, I guess 6 if you count Munster. We provide transit services to 6 rural villages, and all of these villages are located pretty far out of Ottawa. Manotick and Cumberland are fairly close, but if you look at Sarsfield, Vars, and Richmond, Munster, those, that's the equivalent for the benefit of our new GM. That is the equivalent of the distance from downtown Toronto to northern Markham, to Stouffville in some cases, and it is incredibly inefficient to have a bus travel out of service one way to do that, to do this commute into the city, and then of course travel out of service back into the city after it's done the outbound commute in the afternoon. So I think it's good on our part to at the very least look at what this could look like, and if rural residents are willing to pay a little more for a private service that could be more efficient for the city, then I don't think that's, I think it's worth exploring, considering rural residents used to pay more for public transit service before the rural fare was eliminated. So I'm going to be supportive of this, and because I believe this is a good exercise in seeing how we can, how our resources can be more efficiently used in the urban and suburban areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also interested in the financial model behind the proposal, and I was hoping that perhaps the mover could speak a little bit to how he envisions the fiscal responsibility balanced with the service provision from this motion.
Thank you very much. Ultimately, I don't think it's a stretch to say that rural residents are willing to pay for the service they receive, but that's the operative clause. We need to receive a service. We are not looking for a subsidy. That's not the intention of the motion. What we're looking to do is align expectation in the rural area with a service provided. And right now, there is a disparity between the expectation and the service. And in some areas, as I alluded to in my opening comments, there is no service. So this is about having that information so we can have a conversation in an open and transparent manner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. I was just wondering, and I'm not exactly who to address this question to, have we spoken with the school boards? And I ask because at most of my schools, we do have the regular school buses, but we also do have these vans that come and pick up children who may live in like irregular spots that the regular bus route doesn't normally take. And I had a conversation with someone, I believe on Friday, and she said they're sort of paid by the hour. They're not part of the union or OSTA. So I was just wondering if that is part of this motion, or if anybody's had, I actually don't know who to address this question to, but if someone could answer, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, from the staff position, we talk to the school boards regularly about all sorts of things. And we haven't talked to them yet about this motion as it's not yet been adopted by council.
All right, well, I would encourage you to do so when it's passed, because they seem to have a good system in place that does help the kids who may be in these kind of irregular spots that aren't served by the normal bus route. So happy to join in on that conversation as well. Thanks.
Merci. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, just a few questions to the mover and a few questions to staff, just over clarity. So there certainly are models in other jurisdictions where you've got examples of the kind of service you're describing, where you've got public service within an urban area interconnected with private service in a rural area. So I know it does exist. As part of your thinking, are there any existing service models, whether here in Ontario or elsewhere, that you see as a model of best practice that Ottawa might look to study?
Thank you. I believe right now Kentville has a very promising line. Mayor Peckford has done quite a bit with her council to serve the town of Kemptville. They do come into the city of Ottawa. I'm unsure if they have a direct connection to some of Ottawa's OC Transpo infrastructure, but line 2, I'm being told. So there are models right on our doorstep that are functioning how I believe rural service in Ottawa could function.
Thank you. The Kemptville one. And as to as to the problem that you're looking to solve, can you clarify whether the primary issue you're looking to address in this motion is one of unmet rural connectivity, fairness and transparency in rural transit funding, regulatory ambiguity around private services, or like a combination of all of the above?
Connectivity is always the issue that residents raise with myself and my colleagues. So that fundamentally is the gap that we're looking to address. Again, in the vast majority of the City of Ottawa's geography, there is no daily service. And so I think any conversation should start with how do we fill that need where there is demand?
And I think you just answered my next question to you. Because when you were saying in your remarks that rural residents are certainly willing to pay for a service that they get, but that, as you said, there are residents who get no service, were you referring to residents in rural villages that get insufficient service, or residents outside of those villages who literally get no service within a couple kilometers?
Currently, we're looking to target our original efforts or the initial efforts to the RTB area. So the RTB area is where there is no daily commuter service today.
All right, thank you. Question for staff. I believe somebody was referring to the transit bylaw, so I did just take a peek at the transit bylaw myself yesterday. Does the city's transit bylaw, does it explicitly prohibit private transit operators from picking up and dropping off passengers within Ottawa's municipal boundary, or do they allow such under certain conditions?
Mr. Mayor, there's two conditions under that. There's if the service starts outside Ottawa and terminates in Ottawa, crosses a municipal boundary, then it's not under municipal jurisdiction, it's under provincial jurisdiction, and the city does not regulate that service. If this service were to start and end both within the city of Ottawa, then the transit bylaw sets out 3 categories under which companies can apply to the city for permission to run, and that is an airport service, a sightseeing service, or an employee or customer shuttle, such as taking people to the workplace, like the mushroom farm, or taking people from bars to hockey games. Those are the 3 categories.
So, because one of the first clauses of the transit bylaw is that any private operator must get, express permission from the GM or from the director, and then one of the final clauses speaks to how there can be ways, I suppose, around that. So I was taking a look at different transit models servicing different rural areas. There's Flixbus, which you can take from Carleton into like a fixed point in Ottawa. Then there's like 417 bus line from Russell, which once it crosses over the border, there are like multiple stops within the downtown core where I imagine they can be dropping off and presumably, I'm not sure, picking up. So is that kind of bus service where a private operator, once they cross over the urban boundary, and they are apparently, at least from the website, having multiple stops within the downtown, is that the kind of thing that is only granted from formal exemptions, agreements, permissions currently in place that allow operators to pick up and drop off passengers within the urban boundary?
Mr. Mayor, no, those services are under provincial jurisdiction, not municipal. So I'll give the example of the bus company that ran from Kemptville to downtown Ottawa, which before COVID, they stopped running during COVID. They would, their buses or their vehicles started every morning in Kemptville or Merrickville. They picked up people in North Gore. They dropped those people off, whether they came from Kemptville or North Gore, dropped them off in downtown Ottawa. So they were making trips that were entirely, carrying customers whose trips were entirely inside Ottawa, but they were not regulated by the city because they were under provincial jurisdiction.
Thank you. And my last question to staff. As the mover of the motion was describing situations or areas in the rural wards where, due to low density or distance from urban villages, there's far less service available than might be in rural villages or in the urban boundary. I've heard OC Transpo talk about other models about how we might address targeted transit use, whether it be on demand, smaller buses. Are there any initiatives, pilots, considerations that OC Transpo is looking at where they might be able to provide more effective service delivery to rural residents that is not reliant on existing models, i.e. larger buses, having dedicated lines running all the time, that might, I suppose from an OC Transpo managing perspective, be able to address the kinds of gaps that the motion is speaking to?
Mr. Mayor, well, we're always thinking about it. There's nothing current that is formal. There's no formal direction from council for us to look at anything and report back. There may be some hooks in this motion that would allow us to, but it's always something we think about, but it's just nothing that we have a mandate to right now. There hasn't been service expansion for quite some years.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Skalski.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to offer some comments in support of Councillor Brown's motion here for rural transit. So first, it's so this motion does two things, and the first part is about we refer to it as alignment between who pays for rural bus service and who actually gets it. And I just want to be clear that that reality is very different in each of our wards, which is why that component of the motion is divided by. It sort of asks that information be provided by wards. The reality that Councillor Brown has in Ward 21 is really different from what we have in Ward 20, where like we have one rural bus that goes through at just the Vars and Carlsbad area, but the actual transit area A is quite large. So there's a lot of people that are paying for a service that they're not receiving. And so there's a need to actually have some clarity, and people are looking for that, which I think this work will help us get to. And the second part, which really does get to the question people are asking that I hear all the time is, how can we connect better to each other? Where there's no service, is there some option where we can pay for a complimentary service? We haven't been able to actually talk about what that could look like for people. And so I just wanted to say that I think this isn't about making decisions here. This is about getting good information that we can use to have a real discussion with residents who are asking questions and seeing what exists in other municipalities, and specifically in rural municipalities, and being able to just explain whether or not this is a feasible option for Ottawa. Our geography is really big. And just the last point I think is really important is that, one size doesn't fit all for, across the whole city, but it doesn't even fit all within rural Ottawa. That we, our villages are denser than the broader outer rural area. And so the solutions that we need to have on the table, I think we owe it to ourselves to explore what private companies could offer to complement the service that we have here in the city. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I missed the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee meeting last week. I was at a conference, so I didn't get to vote in favor of this, but I would have, and I will be today. And I'll be brief in my comments. I just, simply put, this motion is looking to see whether we can deliver more frequent service or better service to rural residents. And for me, that is just a no-brainer, that we would at least look at the options around that. I'll give you one example, and it's Councillor Luloff's ward. It used to be part of my ward, but the Cumberland Village will benefit immensely from the LRT station at Trim, or could benefit immensely from the LRT station at Trim. You have service providers in Rockland that would be passing through Cumberland on their way to the LRT station and could potentially pick up passengers and create more frequent service. So that's just one example. And to Councillor Skalski's point, I'm using an example from Councillor Lulof's ward because I think it's a better example than some of the examples in my ward. It's not a one size fits all. But when it comes to transit in the city, we need creative solutions. We need to be at least exploring ways to do things differently. So from my perspective, let's explore. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Rural transit in Ottawa could definitely use some improvement and a review and some changes to improve service. And there are a lot of rural models in Ontario that we could look to. Kempville and North Grenville is funded by the province, by municipal taxpayers, and by fares, transit riders. And they do come into Ottawa. Prince Edward County, a little further away, they don't come into Ottawa. They're funded by a provincial grant, partnerships with neighboring municipalities, and fares. So there's probably a whole range of models that we could look at that work here. But we already have a 2025 motion that does just that. We recognized in our transportation master plan that our focus on rural transit and rural transit mode share needed some improvement, needed some attention. So we approved a motion almost unanimously. There was just one dissent directing staff to identify and report back on opportunities to further leverage private and not-for-profit transportation service providers alongside city-operated transit services with the goal of increasing transit mode share. So we've already done that. And staff haven't come back yet. They're still doing that work, presumably. And it also directed staff to include examples and best practices from other municipalities. So the only thing different with this new motion is it's a lot more prescriptive in taking us way further down the line of privatization of transit. And I don't know why we need to go there yet. Let staff come back to us with some examples of the different models, different partnerships, different things that we might explore, and then we might give them some additional direction on how to pursue that. I just think this current motion from Councillor Brown, well-intentioned, he wants to improve transit just like the rest of us. I think it takes us down a funnel that we don't need to go down yet in our examination of rural transit. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks, Mayor. I suppose it's okay, Councillor Kitts, that you at my lunch. I could probably stand to miss a meal every once in a while. The 174 is at capacity, right? And as Councillor Kitts was saying, Rockland residents are driving into the core. Cumberland residents are driving into the core and driving into Orleans. We've got all day long. There are Cumberland residents who have either retired or have own a business and need to be moving from the rural village into the urban boundary. And as Councillor Kitts pointed out, we're about to open the LRT extension to Trim, and all of these people are going to drive right by it. That's not great for the bottom line of OC Transpo. And that line is going to open up real soon, right, Rick? The extent, yeah, okay, great, good. It would make sense to have a service that at all times of the day, or at least during rush hour, that picks up people in Rockland, stops in Cumberland Village, and then drops them off at the train. This would be good for residents, good for OC Transpo's bottom line, and good for everyone else commuting by other means. Not to mention good for our infrastructure to lower the amount of wear and tear that we're putting on a highway that we pay for as property taxpayers. This would help keep seniors in their homes longer and help keep seniors in the rural area longer. As people age out of being able to drive and want to remain in their home, providing them with a viable alternative to be able to come into the urban boundary to do shopping, to meet with friends, to visit their doctors, to get prescriptions, because we all know that the zoning rules don't allow for things like compound pharmacies when you don't have city water or sewage. So if they or sewer services. So if somebody wants to go and pick up a prescription, they have to go into the urban boundary because that's the only place where it's available. So who should run such a service? Should it be OC Transpo? I think that would be great. Could it be a private provider? Possibly. I think that what matters is getting the best service for the best price, both for the municipality and for the residents who are going to pay for it. So let's find out. Let's find out what that looks like. This shouldn't be an argument about, public versus private. It should be about the best value for taxpayer dollars. And let's figure out what that looks like. It would be wonderful if OC Transpo could provide that service. That would also mean that we engage with other municipalities, as we have when it comes to our water service in places like Russell and Embrun. We provide municipal water for now, from what I understand, to other municipalities. Could we not be providing bus service? Well, can we, with the capacity that we have right now, provide that service? We are now just at the point, I think that Councillor Gower has been great at updating us on this, but we're now finally reaching the threshold where we're able to provide enough buses to run the service properly with the delivery of new buses and some of the measures that have been undertaken. Well, it's been very difficult to get to this point. Is there capacity in the market for us to be able to procure more buses to be able to expand service in this way? I think that this warrants a discussion. It certainly warrants some research so that we can come back and see what this looks like. I also understand that if there was a private provider that was going to look at this, they're going to be entering the exact same market as OC Transpo to buy these buses. So I'd like to know kind of like the breadth and the depth of what this could look like. But let's not lose focus on the fact that this isn't about this isn't about one versus the other or rural versus suburban. It's about ensuring that we are providing a service to everyone in the city, and ensuring that people can move about in the way that they so choose. So I think that we should support this, and that we should move forward with ensuring that our rural residents are at least getting the service that they pay for, or improving the service that's available to them, so that we don't waste a major opportunity when it comes to the billions of dollars that we spent on expanding the LRT. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm struggling with this motion because I'm having a hard time reconciling the first set of operative clauses with the second set. The second set seems to focus on enhancing service to rural communities, and while I don't think it's necessary to be this prescriptive, as Councillor Gower has mentioned, we already have a process in place to look at this. The first set seems to be fundamentally different, and it's looking at the existing financial arrangement we have in our rural transit areas, both in A and B, and whether or not that existing arrangement works and provides value. To me, that's a much bigger discussion, and one that I think is better suited to take place in conjunction with our long-range financial plan, as it would have implications on the OC Transpo's operational budget and potentially the urban transit area levy as well. So it feels to me that this conversation, or at least the three operative clauses, A, B, and C, are out of place here and that are better positioned to be part of a long-range financial plan discussion. So with that said, when was the last time that we had a comprehensive transit long-range financial plan update?
So, Mr. Mayor, in 2019, we brought forward the Transit Long Range Financial Plan. Then, of course, the pandemic hit. And then in 2023, if you recall, that's where before you provided a technical briefing. So in 2019, the LRFP was an affordable model. COVID hits, ridership goes sideways. 2023, we came before committee and council, provided that technical briefing where it was no longer affordable. And that's really where that kind of shifted the elevation, I would say, in the priority in terms of the upload discussions. So that's kind of the status of where we're at. I see this motion as, in terms of this motion and how it aligns to the LRFP, this is certainly work that would complement that. Obviously the upload is going to be the biggest driver in terms of change to the transit financial sustainability, as I've talked about many times. And I see this work as, complementary. It's analysis that needs to be done. And when I read the motion, words like review, evaluate the feasibility, explore, you boil all that down. This is just an analysis motion. It's an analysis motion that we can do, and it certainly will help us as we continue to work towards the updated long-range financial plan.
So in operative clause C, it says that they could bring potential adjustments to the model. So I assume that means to the funding model of the rural transit area A and B, and perhaps changing those boundaries. Like, that's a pretty significant recommendation to be going to ARAC, in particular, prematurely of our long-range financial plan update. Would you not have an issue if ARAC was approving a potential change to that model in advance of a long-range financial plan being presented?
Mr. Mayor, again, these would be potential adjustments. Ultimately, any structural changes to this would have to rise through FinCorp as part of that formality, I guess, procedure process. Again, these are potential adjustments, so these are basically not, stating what the outcome should be or what the ultimate recommendation will be. Like any analysis, we should be reviewing, scenarios, options, and I see this as one of those things in terms of another option to review as part of the overall analysis in this motion.
So if ARAC was to, approve a potential reduction to the rural transit area or adjustments to the boundaries of the rural transit area, then that would rise as a recommendation to FinCorp?
Mr. Mayor, procedurally, I would have to defer to the clerk on that, but ultimately it would definitely rise to council regardless.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, appreciating staff haven't done the work. The procedure bylaw provides for the ability to review matters that cross committee jurisdiction and determine how that would be approached. So appreciating this motion provides for a report back to ARAC. I'm hearing that there are some ties to long-range financial plans that would be coming back to Finance and Corporate Services, and of course, Transit Committee's ongoing jurisdiction. So I think depending on what the recommendations are, we review it at that time to confirm which committees it would be going to before going to council.
So I guess my question would be, are the first three operative clauses necessary in order to do the work of the scan of potential service models? Sure, if Transit wants to take that.
Mr. Mayor, we read them as two separate sets of analysis that the motion is asking us to do. And we could do either the first group or the second group or both.
Yeah, I suggest that we vote on those separately because I do think that they're totally fundamentally different pieces of work. If the councillor wants to see a scan of different service models that are available for rural residents with the goal of enhancing transit services, I think some may support, some may dissent because it does put us down a privatization pathway. But I think the first part is really looking at whether or not the rural transit area A and B have the right proportion of transit levy, which has much broader implications on our funding and long-range financial plans, and potentially could impact for all of my urban councillors the urban transit levy, which could see that increase if there's a potential decrease in the rural transit area. So I think that that's a bigger conversation, and I don't actually think it's appropriate to be reporting back to ARAC. I think it has much broader financial implications for the city and probably would be better suited to go to FinCorp. I think that would be more appropriate, but certainly if when we call a vote on this, if we could separate those two pieces, I think that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Could staff just comment on the motion before us? I know we're not supposed to ask staff whether or not they support it or not, but does staff support this or not?
Mr. Mayor, we are able to do the work as outlined here, if directed to do so. Because it's analysis, it doesn't immediately make service any better or any worse for transit customers. And it would be not for us to say whether this work has value for us. It's council to decide that.
I'm looking at part 2 that directs staff to evaluate the feasibility of working with private mass transportation providers to supplement rural transit service. So what are you doing right now in this regard? If I want to have bus service from the village of Carp to Eagleson Station in Canada, what frequency are you determining whether or not there's a critical mass to offer this service? If we want to go from a village in the Far East to the Place d'Orléans station, what frequency are you analyzing demand for this service so that we can be assured that you are aware as population shifts happen, as demand for transit changes, that you're doing this work already? Because I would assume that if a private sector had the authority to offer this service and there was a critical mass of passengers to do it, they would do it already. So if you're already doing the work and the private sector is able to do this work and everyone has concluded to date that it's just not feasible to offer this service, why would I be motivated to support the motion before me today?
Mr. Mayor, I can say that we have done reviews like that upon request in the past. For instance, we have looked at, we've developed ridership estimates of how many people would travel if we ran a service from CARP into Canada. And we've reported back to whoever was asking that question on what the cost would be, what the revenue would be, what the net cost would be, what the impact on taxation would be as a result. We don't have a program to do this regularly, but we've done it upon request. And as I think back, I would imagine that CARP is the one that we've looked at more than anywhere else. The last time we looked at all of these locations was early 2000s when council made the decisions that set up the service we have now and made the decisions to include places like Vars, Cumberland, Manotick, and exclude other places, CARP, Dunrobin, Kinburn, Osgood, Greeley, Vernon, places at Metcalfe. And that was a decision made here by council.
So just so I understand correctly, based on some questions Councillor Devine asked, can a private contractor today offer transit services within the City of Ottawa, point A and B, both within the City of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, currently there is no provision in the transit bylaw for staff to give authority to that.
Okay. So going back to part 2 of the motion says, evaluate the feasibility of working with private mass transportation providers to supplement rural transit service. So would our bylaw have to be amended to allow private transit operators the ability to provide that service?
Mr. Mayor, that's my initial conclusion, but that's work that we would carry out to analyze that further if this motion is adopted.
Okay, fair enough. The motion that was originally passed July 23rd, 2025, 9 months ago, what are the timelines of providing a report for that motion?
Mr. Mayor, we were getting close to completing that. We hadn't yet quite done. We've had a little bit of delay with the staff absence. We were getting close to getting that done towards the end of this year. This motion asks us to roll them together and report as one.
And I think I heard you reply earlier that that would be into next year, 2027.
That's my early assessment.
Okay. I guess the main question for me is, what is the net benefit of approving part 2? Staff already have the authority to assess the lay of the land, to determine where demand exists, and to recommend additional service. And any member of council can ask staff the same question. Please look at this underserved area, determine whether or not service can be provided. Let me know whether that's financially feasible. So why do we need to entertain a relationship with a private transit operator to do that same work? We can get the answers to those questions. We could determine how much it's going to cost us to do that and whether or not it's financially feasible. I don't know. I don't see how a private contractor can do it cheaper. They won't be offering it for a fare of $4.05, that's for sure. So I'm willing to continue to listen to debate, but I want to understand how this will provide a better outcome than what we're able to do ourselves at this time. So I'm all ears. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. Listening to this conversation, I wonder if part should have been referred to transit and parts to FinCorp. But in any case, I just took a look at the Transit Committee presentation for tomorrow, and I noted that once again, the increase in paratranspo, 4.9% over last year, whereas for conventional it was only 1.7%. I'm talking about the ridership here. And as the council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, I consistently and constantly hear from paratranspo users about the fact that the service is inadequate to meet their needs. Oftentimes people need to live where they do because they depend on ODSP, so they need a subsidized housing unit. Those aren't available in the rural communities, but they want to travel to the rural communities. And I've done some work on, the seniors free and extending that to the rural as part of last year's motion. So when I hear these discussions and I think about paratranspo, I'm wondering are there implications of reducing the rural transit tax levy, for example, on paratranspo funding? Like, is this a potential that could occur under one of the scenarios presented?
Mr. Mayor, my read of this motion is that it would not change the budget for rural paratransport or conventional service. In the first part, it's about the allocation of those costs among the different wards that make up those areas, not changing the aggregate amount.
Okay, so there would be you don't see a scenario where there would be any threat to delivery of paratransport service to rural communities or any threat at all?
Mr. Mayor, not directly as of this motion. This motion asks for nothing other than review, analysis, consideration, and reporting back as far as I can see so far.
Okay, but there could be a scenario where that could happen in reporting back.
Mr. Mayor, I think that it's always open to council to change any of its services or policies.
Okay, that does concern me. Just a question with respect to on-demand. We were supposed to, as soon as we have the adequate number of parabuses, there's supposed to be 10 that are reserved for on-demand. Has there been any discussion about perhaps that being something that could be deployed to some of these rural communities?
Mr. Mayor, while we've been looking at a lot of possibilities for where the on-demand service will be added, we're always working within existing budgets. And I would say that there are no rural areas where there's enough existing budget to fund an all-day on-demand service.
Okay, thanks. I've previously asked you for statistics on the use of the grocery bus, and the statistics for use there are fairly low. And we do have some service that occurs out in more rural communities for sure. Are there areas that you can identify that are in candidates for expansion for OC transfer routes right now?
Mr. Mayor, it would depend upon what decisions there were about funding for increased service levels. There are some areas in the rural area which are, I would say, approaching urban levels of density, or where there are facilities. So there's certainly been a lot of interest in how to serve the Rideau Carleton Raceway. And as density and population increases in Manotick, it starts to look closer and closer to urban. Other locations are further away.
Okay, thanks for that. I think this is a conversation that would be better had at Transit, to be honest, with these type of questions. I'm not going to ask anything else. Appreciate the answers.
Okay, thank you. Conseiller de Roche.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Mayor. As I listened to the conversations this afternoon, more and more, I think we are hopefully evolving towards a Eastern Ontario regional transit system. Already we have, I think, some ragtag elements of that. We know that we have the transit service from from Grenville coming to the Limebank station, delivering passengers from the South Rural area of Eastern Ontario. And I see this potentially evolving into what will hopefully be a GO bus system that would potentially serve the satellite communities that surround Ottawa, which we know we are bleeding growth to these areas. Why? Because of housing affordability, because of lower taxation, and many of these communities are great places to live when you talk to the residents who are there. So hopefully the work that we do on this will be part of putting the pieces together for a better regional transit system, which I think we are reaching that point. I'm not as much focused on who is going to be driving these buses. I'm interested in whether you think that we could build a system with our partners that would be under provincial regulatory jurisdiction. And the reason I ask for that is we have a few buses going to the Quebec side, but it puts us into a federal jurisdiction for regulation, which we've seen in the past. That has added costs to our system. There has been no sensitivity to affordability. We saw that with the scheduling decision. We saw that with the cameras on the O train. I don't think anyone would suggest that they feel any less safe in Toronto on the TTC or the GO Transit system that is regulated provincially. So would there be an opportunity as part of the study that the agency that would be created could be separate and under a provincial jurisdiction, and therefore avoiding some of the more cumbersome federal regulatory burdens that the feds place on us?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see anything in the motion that would ask us to report back on governmental or intergovernmental approaches to this. I think that might be a follow-up decision, or if or it might be added to this as an amendment.
Okay, fair enough in terms of the first steps of the study, but theoretically speaking, could an agency be created that would be under provincial jurisdiction?
Mr. Mayor, certainly the province has done so previously. Had a series of different organizations which have had responsibility for GO trains and GO buses. And if we leave Toronto to one side and compare Ottawa to Hamilton, a smaller city, we can see that the province directly provides quite a number of regional connections into Hamilton from places like Kitchener, Guelph, Brantford, St. Catharines, directly from provincial resources provided by the provincial organization Metrolinx. But there's obviously no such services here in Eastern Ontario, even though we've got places like Cornwall, Brockville, Alexandria, Arnprior, Carleton Place, which could support similar
Peterborough.
service.
They have like a GO train or a GO bus from Peterborough to Toronto, right? That's a pretty long journey. So you'd like to think that we could start to see that kind of service evolve. And I think this study is a good start to look at some of the options that we might have that would serve rural Ottawa and possibly connect with the communities outside of the boundaries of the City of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a couple of points and ask a couple of questions, but I'm glad a few people have brought up the geography of Ottawa. And as you know, I repeat this all the time about how massive Ottawa is compared to, say, Toronto or Montreal. And the transit that we provide in Ottawa covers a much larger geographic area as local transit than what is provided in other cities. So I've used this example before, but when the eastern extension of light rail is open, the distance from the farthest station to downtown Ottawa is roughly equivalent to the distance from Square One in Mississauga to downtown Toronto, which would be covered not by the TTC, but by regional transit in the form of the GO train in Toronto in the GTA. So we're providing a local transit service to a geography that would normally be a regional transit service as well as a local transit service. And I think that's a good thing, but it's understandable that there are going to be issues to do with geography, and there are going to be areas of the community that are going to need to explore different solutions within that area. So I did actually have a couple of questions, Councillor Brown, for you as the mover of the motion. Just on Councillor Gower's point, could you just maybe provide some context as to what's different about this motion from the motion you made in 2025, was it? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We're looking to put a little bit of more meat on the bone it's a little more prescriptive because these are questions that we want answers to. And the motion before council today was a collaboration between each member of the Rural Affairs Committee. From what we're hearing from our constituents and potential riders who want to use some type of mass transit service. So although council did approve the motion last year, this is adding a little bit more context to the questions that we would like answers to, so that fully informed decision hopefully can come later in the next term of council.
And on the point of I understand why some people are reading the motion as building towards a private solution, but you're not ruling out other solutions, and I presume that the work that would be done would come back with a range of options that would not necessarily just be private solutions. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're looking for a suite of options, and as Councillor Skalski pointed out, the needs of one village could be different from the needs of the other, and if council thinks rural Ottawa is just one homogenous group, you're approaching the conversation from the wrong angle, and you put rural Ottawa at a disadvantage. So this is about more options on the table, not less.
So I'm not sure if there's a way to amend the wording of the motion to reflect that, just to make it more clear that we are looking for that, because I understand why people think it might be building towards that. So we could potentially come back to that. And just to be clear, that this is asking for feasibility, a feasibility study to be brought back. So it's not prescribing an outcome. It's the report could come back and say, here's a bunch of things that we examined that are not feasible, for example, correct?
I would assume that could be a possibility, yes, Mr. Mayor.
With regard to the first part of your motion, Councillor, is your intent there in aligning service with the levy that there be more service or a lower levy?
Rural Ottawa is prepared to pay for our fair share, and to the point made by Councillor Bradley, if there is a drop in the urban transit levy because there is a difference or a drop in the, rather, let me rephrase, if there is an increase in the urban transit levy because there is a drop in the rural transit levy, it means rural residents were paying for a service that we do not receive. So I don't envision a situation where one levy would change for the other. Staff have consistently told me that rural Ottawa pays for the service it gets, which is why we want to ensure that's accurate with the review that the motion is being asked for.
But in the end, your objective, as I understand it, tell me if I'm wrong, is for there to be more service for rural residents, not for there to be lower costs, like lower levies for rural residents.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And then last point, just in terms of, I understand the point that's been raised about if this comes back to ARAC could make in theory, could make a decision or a decision that would have to come to council, but could make a decision about the transit levy for rural areas that would be outside the cycle of how we normally make those decisions and outside of transit committee or of finance committee, which is not normally how we'd make those decisions. And in addition, we actually have a long-range financial plan working group that is looking at the levies and fares and taxes and all of the other elements of what we're doing. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to address that by having it come back to one of those groups or multiple, coming back to multiple places, so that it's not a decision of ARAC that affects the entire transit equation, but that it's coming back to the place where those things are being considered already. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't see why it couldn't rise to any of the impacted committees, but I think it's also important that because this focuses on the rural area, the conversation should be generated there, and in the next term of council, when this comes back, if there's a will of the chairs of each committees to have a joint committee meeting, I don't see why rural Ottawa would oppose that.
Okay. Could it come back to a joint committee of, say, transit and ARAC? Could we?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Could we put that into the motion?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if that helps with people's concern about that. Okay. Councillor Bradley, I know you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have follow up on that conversation, I do have a referral motion that I'd like to put on the table. I think that, a lot of good points have been made, but I think that the appropriate venue for a discussion that impacts the long-range financial plan for transit is not at ARAC or even at a joint meeting of transit and ARAC. The appropriate committee would have been FinCor in line with our long-range financial plan, but recognizing that that's still pretty far away, I have a compromise here. So it's be it resolved that committee recommendation 1A, B, and C be referred to staff for review with the Transit Long-Range Financial Plan Working Group in the context of the next Transit Long-Range Financial Plan. So I think we already have a working group established that's looking at just this, as the mayor had referenced. I think it makes sense that any analysis of the rural transit area would go to this group for consideration as part of the various elements that they're considering to shore up our deficits and the health of our transit system financially. And so I would hope that my colleagues would support this as the most appropriate place to have those discussions. Thank you.
Point of order. So can a member move a motion after that member has already spoken at council?
It's a procedural motion.
So I'm not trying to argue. I just wanted to know for my own.
Yeah,
just to know. Okay,
it's a procedural
thanks.
motion, so it's separate from the other discussion. So we're now dealing with the procedural motion. So anybody who wishes to speak to the procedural motion, including people who spoke previously, can speak to the procedural motion. Or we can just vote on it. Okay.
Yeas and nays?
Sure. So just to be clear, we are voting on Councillor Bradley's motion to refer this to the to review it with the Transit LRFP working group.
Sorry, I believe it's 1A, B, and C that is being proposed to be referred.
Yeah. Did we put it on the screen? I'm sorry. I don't know if it was actually on the screen. So maybe we should put it on the screen before we vote on it. Sorry, I didn't realize it had not been on the screen. So it would be only, I mean, it's basically item 1, including A, B, and C, that would be referred to the Transit LRFP working group. Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
10 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, so now my understanding is people would want to vote separately on item 1 and 2. Is that right?
Just point of procedure. Is it going to a joint committee now? You had discussed that with Councillor Brown. I don't know if that was included.
So are you okay with having it come back to a joint committee?
Absolutely.
Okay, of ARAC and Transit?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify the amendment, with respect to committee recommendation 4, seeking to have an amendment to have it report back in a single consolidated report to a joint meeting of Transit and ARAC. As it's a committee recommendation, Mr. Mayor, amendment moved and seconded would be required at this stage to formalize that.
Right, okay. Does somebody?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on the motion very briefly. Is it on the floor now, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You can speak to the amendment that we
just the amendment on,
Yeah.
it's important it goes obviously to both. I do think Finance Committee, if RTA A and B is being changed in some way or recommended to be changed in some way, pretty massive potential change that could arise. Finance Committee should be looking at it as well. If that is indeed the recommendations. And I say this because I'm looking at the comments from members who have spoken about this, and what they're saying is that they're saying having empty city buses in the rural area is not what people want, but that they're looking for on-demand service that are paid for by users and not the tax base writ large. And if that's the goal here, if we're talking about a massive change to the RTA, the funding model in this way, that's a huge, big topic here that I think the motion is speaking to, and it should be probably be going to Finance Committee as well, just given what the intent has been communicated of several councillors that have been raising the motion. So that's a concern to me hearing that. It's not about better transit service. That's about eliminating service publicly and about eliminating the taxes associated with that service. That's what's the goal here.
Okay, so are you...
So I just would say Finance Committee should be involved, Mayor. It's not just a Transit Commission issue. It's not just an ARAC issue, certainly. Finance Committee should be involved, is all I'll say. So I don't know if that's...
So I'm not sure how to accomplish that.
Well, it's a pretty big committee potentially, but yeah, it's council. I don't even know if we can do it, but...
I mean, it could go separately to Finance Committee. If there, maybe the clerk can speak to this. If there was a significant financial implication, as it arose at the time, could it be required to go to Finance Committee?
So, Mr. Mayor, absent any amendment to the committee recommendation, it would be subject to the chairs of the respective committees to determine in areas where there is overlap of jurisdiction, whether it would go to a joint meeting to each committee successively or to one or the other. There's an amendment on the floor to have this report back arising from this motion to come back to a joint meeting of Transit and ARAC. That would not preclude that if there were to be any amendments to a long-range financial plan, those would still need to come to Finance and Corporate Services Committee because that has the jurisdiction for the long-range financial plans.
Okay.
So it depends on what staff say, I suppose, when they report back and where it goes.
Right.
But if there's anything to do with...
The committee chairs at the time could make the decision to have it go to Finance Committee.
I'm just pointing out, it's a Finance Committee issue. It is a big Finance Committee issue, and it should probably end up there.
Yeah.
But thank
Fair
you.
enough. Okay, so just a reminder that we are speaking to the amendment as proposed right now. Councillor Lulaf?
Okay, folks, I don't understand the hand-wringing about where this motion comes back to. Everything from every committee can be spoken to by anyone and has to rise to council before it's passed anyway. So it doesn't matter where it goes. If we're talking about transit at ARAC, if you take a look at our terms of reference, the breadth of our terms of reference, if we're speaking about transit at ARAC, transit officials come. If we're speaking about financial matters at ARAC, finance comes. That's how we're talking about a rural issue. It should go to ARAC, though it doesn't really matter where it goes because it has to rise to council for final approval anyway. So to have this bounce around to 5 different committees when we could have one single discussion at a joint committee now, which is fine, or wherever, it has to come to council anyway. So, you know, sure, you want to add finance in there too, that's just council anyway. So if you want to have the decision, if you want to have the discussion twice, 3 times, 4 times, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Anybody can register to speak at ARAC. Any member of staff can come and answer questions at ARAC. It doesn't make a difference because it's going to come to you for approval at council anyway.
I understand the point, Councillor. I guess I would say, though, if we're, you know, we have committees for a reason, and if there is a matter that falls within the mandate of a committee, to have it considered by a different committee and just say, well, you can talk about it when it comes to council is not typically the way we do things, right? So if there was an, you know, we could say the same thing in reverse about a rural issue. If there's an issue that affects rural communities, we could say, well, it doesn't need to go to ARAC. It can go to a finance committee, and then ARAC people can talk about it when it comes to council, but that's not the way we do things. We like issues that are relevant to a committee to go to that committee, right? So that's the intention here, I think. Councillor Bradley?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor. I think that gives a lot of context. I do think it matters where it goes. I think that Councillor Menard's suggestion about it going to Finance Committee probably makes more sense than this joint committee, because it also should be considered it has broad financial implications. It's not just isolated to the rural area, which is why I thought it should have gone to the LFRP working group. But I bet a joint committee is better than in isolation at ARAC for sure.
Okay, thank you. So we're voting now on the amendment to have it go to a joint committee of ARAC and Transit, just to be clear. Do we need yeas and nays on that, or is carried? Okay, thank you. And is the objective still to vote separately on number 1 and number 2, or to vote? Okay. We could also, I mean, are people comfortable with carrying number 2 and then we just vote on number 1? No? So let's just vote on number 1 first. Yeas and nays.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes, but dissent on number 2.
No, we're voting on
one. We're just voting on 1.
Okay, yes.
Councillor Brown.
One is what is spelled out under number 1 on the agenda. That's what number 1 is.
On recommendation 1, we had Councillor Brockington, yes. Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Bien sûr.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Desroches.
Wait.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Menard.
Nope.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
17 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay, and on item 2 then, please. Oh, sorry. The rest of the motion. My apologies.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Oui.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper.
No.
Conseil Desroches.
Wait.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
Just confirming our votes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, 12 yeas, 12 nays.
Okay. Correct. Okay. We are moving to item 14.1 on the agenda, which is the food premises licensing review, and Councillor Devine, I believe you have an amending motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Whereas Council is considering amendments to bylaw 2002-189 with respect to the licensing and regulation of food premises, the food premises licensing bylaw, and whereas the food premises licensing review otherwise proposes broadly supported measures, including the consolidation and modernization of licensing requirements for food premises offering live entertainment, and whereas the proposed food premises licensing bylaw introduces new enforcement authorities under Schedule 7 relating to food premises, clauses 17B and 17C, also reproduced under Schedule 5 amusement places, clauses 8B and 8C, which would permit the Chief License Inspector to mandate the relocation of noise-generating equipment with licensed premises at the licensee's expense, and require licensee to obtain professional acoustic engineering reports and undertake associated remediation also at the licensee's expense, and whereas multiple delegates, including the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition, venue operators, and legal counsel, raised concerns that these proposed authorities are new, infrequently used, high cost, and not accompanied by clear thresholds, definitions, escalation pathways, or procedural safeguards, creating uncertainty for operators attempting to comply in good faith. And whereas multiple delegates and stakeholders at the March 23rd meeting of the EPPS committee expressed concern that as drafted, the proposed language described above is imprecise and does not clearly limit the application of these tools to repeat, extreme, or adjudicated cases of non-compliance. And whereas tables 2 and 3 of the staff report demonstrate that noise-related service requests and noise-related enforcement actions at food premises have stabilized or declined between 2023 and 2024, raising questions about the necessity of introducing new and potentially onerous enforcement powers through a licensing bylaw at this time. And whereas in comparator cities such as Toronto, acoustic engineering reports are typically triggered by material changes in use or as a requirement of licensing, further underscoring the need for careful policy framing. And whereas in assessing comparator cities as support for expanded enforcement discretion, it is important that any comparable authorities be accompanied by similar technical standards, defined thresholds, procedural safeguards, and oversight mechanisms to ensure predictability and fairness for operators. And whereas the proposed noise-related provisions raise technical and policy issues, and city staff acknowledged during and following committee being open to further clarification and potential refinement of these measures through appropriate policy review. And whereas a noise bylaw review, should it be included in the next term of Council's bylaw review work plan, would provide the appropriate policy framework and timing to consider complex noise-related enforcement tools in a coordinated and consultative manner. Therefore, be it resolved that Council amend the food premises licensing bylaw to remove the provisions contained in Schedule 7, Clauses 17B and 17C, and Schedule 5, Clauses 8B and 8C, and be it further resolved that Council direct staff to consider any such noise-related enforcement tools as part of any forthcoming noise bylaw review in the next term of Council, including consultation with music, creative industry, and nightlife stakeholders, consideration of agent of change principles and comparative best practices in other municipalities, examination of clear thresholds, escalation pathways, procedural safeguards, and appropriate oversight mechanisms, and exploration of alternative resolution mechanisms, including mediation or arbitration models involving affected residents, operators, the relevant ward councillor, and the city's nightlife office or commissioner. Thank you, Chair. I've pretty much run out of time, so if I speak to it, I'll perhaps speak to it during wrap-up.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I might cover some of the points that that Councillor Devine perhaps ran out of time on. Just to give a bit of context as a seconder to this, my experience in the EPPS committee where this was brought forward, there was a little bit of dissatisfaction back and forth with industry on the on how this bylaw sat. We had some really good discussion in that committee meeting in order to try and rectify some of those concerns, and I do think that the motion that Councillor Devine has put forward takes into consideration a number of offline conversations that have been had over the last couple of weeks. So glad to second this, Councillor Devine. Thank you for initiative in that. Thank you to staff for putting this forward. I think it was a good first step, and I do think that this is a good way to amend that going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. Could staff just comment on what's before us? Obviously, this was included in the original staff proposal. It's now being pulled out. What are staff's thoughts or feelings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's before us today is asking that the noise mitigation measures that we included as part of the food premise licensing review be now considered as part of a broader noise bylaw review, which staff intends to bring forward as part of our work plan for the next term of council.
Okay, so in the interim, though, what is the impact of not having this particular clause go into effect?
Mr. Mayor, the impact would be that our enforcement staff and bylaw and regulatory services, where they're seeking these types of enforcement tools, they would continue to have to go through property standards and licensing appeal committee to gain those to gain those tools, as opposed to what we were proposing in the report, where bylaw staff would just directly have access to those tools.
So it's a bigger step in the interim, but the motion before us today states it's better to incorporate this in a broader noise bylaw review and deal with it at that point. So just to note for council, there's no noise bylaw review officially sanctioned yet. That will be up to the next term of council to determine what the actual number of bylaws will be. This likely will be one of them, but thanks for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. So on the amending motion then, is that carried? And the item is amended, is that carried? Okay, moving on to item 16.1, which is the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, the 5-year review. Colleagues, with the will of council, I'm going to introduce a motion, and then we can chat about that and the report itself. I just want to say off the top that this is an opportunity, I think, for us to reflect on the achievements from the first 5 years of the implementation of the plan, which include preserving more than 25,000 affordable homes across our city and helping people stay housed as costs continue to rise, building close to 1,000 new affordable housing units, exceeding our target to build more supportive housing with 350 units completed, expanding traditional housing across the city, adding hundreds of spaces, and for the first time being able to go through a winter with enough capacity to meet the need. So the 2026 budget included an additional capital investment of $23.25 million in affordable housing, bringing our total investment during this term of council to more than $105 million. Bien que la ville déploie des efforts considérables.
While the city is making considerable effort to fight against homelessness and provide shelter to everyone who needs it, we must do more.
Significant efforts to address homelessness and provide shelter to everyone in need. We still need to do more. I hear from people all the time about how deeply concerned they are about the number of people experiencing homelessness in our city, and in particular in the downtown core. One of the clearest lessons from the past 5 years is that housing on its own is not enough. Without access to mental health care, addiction services, and primary care, many people will struggle to remain housed despite being provided with a place to live. We will never be a successful city until everyone has a safe place to sleep at night. C'est pourquoi je dépose aujourd'hui une motion.
This is why today I'm tabling a motion that will double the speed of housing unit construction.
At which we build supportive units. Investing in supportive housing is a long-term investment that shifts spending from emergency response to prevention and stability. It keeps people housed by identifying issues early. It improves access to care, reduces ambulance trips, emergency visits, and hospital stays, and improves safety, security, and well-being in housing communities. The City of Ottawa has an opportunity to be a national leader or even the national leader in addressing homelessness. We're the first city to have a Build Canada Home Agreement with the federal government. We have seen the community rally behind our pledge to end youth homelessness by 2030, and today we can add another building block in our plan to address chronic homelessness by supercharging supportive housing and taking the lead in delivering the infrastructure and services needed by the most vulnerable. So I hope you will support this motion. I want to thank Councillor Dudas for seconding the motion, which reads, whereas during this term of council, Ottawa has made substantial investments and progress on improving housing outcomes, and whereas council has emphasized the need for market and non-market housing alike, including by funding 3.7 times more affordable and supportive housing units than during a comparable period last term. Overhauling our zoning bylaw and advancing a bold and innovative housing action plan that is already increasing housing starts. And whereas the city is undertaking significant efforts to address homelessness and provide shelter to everyone who needs it, including by integrating health and housing, partnering with the sector to end youth homelessness, improving diversion and prevention, enhancing outreach, expanding family and single transitional housing options, and investing substantially into non-market housing. And whereas, despite significant progress, there remains a substantial gap when it comes to addressing homelessness and supporting individuals with the highest needs in our city. And whereas in 2024, on any given night, close to 3,000 people experienced homelessness in Ottawa. And whereas of those 3,000 people, 450 are currently on the wait list for supportive housing, the only housing solution suitable for individuals facing complex health and social challenges. And whereas the 2024 Housing Needs Assessment identified a need for 350 additional supportive housing units above existing planned units required to address homelessness, and since approximately 50 new supportive units are being built and made available in Ottawa each year, the last person on the wait list could wait up to 10 years to obtain a unit. And whereas supportive housing provides health and social services such as mental health services, primary care, peer support, addiction counseling, life skills training, and community reintegration support, and whereas investing in supportive housing is a long-term investment that shifts spending from emergency response to prevention and stability, keeps people housed by identifying issues early, improves access to care, reduces ambulance trips, emergency visits, and hospital stays, and improves safety, security, and well-being in housing communities. And whereas the Auditor General's 2025 audit of supportive housing identified that existing supportive housing programs could not meet the needs of individuals dealing with chronic homelessness without more coordination between capital, operating, and health funding, which require coordination at all levels of government. And whereas delivering supportive housing units requires the alignment of capital and operating funding, and those investments are fiscally responsible as they can help reduce costs on healthcare, policing, and alternative response and other social costs. And whereas to fully realize the ambition of our 10-year housing and homelessness plan of a community where everyone has access to the housing and supports they need to thrive, the city must lead the way in terms of investing in supportive housing. And whereas no municipality in Canada has a dedicated funding stream for expanding the scope of supportive housing investments, therefore be it resolved that the City of Ottawa declare its intent to be the national leader on addressing chronic homelessness through supportive and affordable housing, and be it further resolved that staff consider funding options as part of Budget 2027 to sustainably fund a supportive housing fund as part of a dedicated a supportive housing fund dedicated to building and operating supportive housing units. And be it further resolved that if funding is available, staff leverage the 2025 Close of Capital Projects report to allocate a first injection of capital funding into the supportive housing fund. And be it further resolved that this dedicated investment be used to advance the delivery of the 550 supportive units identified in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and double the rate at which supportive housing units are currently built, delivering homes to all 450 residents on the wait list within 5 years instead of 10. And support necessary operating funding until and unless operating funding is received through other levels of government. Be it further resolved that staff seek opportunities to leverage publicly owned land to reduce costs for new supportive housing. Be it further resolved that priority be given to funding projects that are currently or near shovel-ready on existing city supportive housing lists. Be it further resolved that funding also consider acquisition of existing buildings for retrofitting where staff believe it would be beneficial to do so. Be it further resolved that when considering site selection, an approach be undertaken whereby supportive housing supports are available within the communities that need them, but are not concentrating highest need individuals within small geographical areas. And be it further resolved that since this municipal investment is expected to reduce financial pressure on other levels of government, staff be directed to engage with federal and provincial counterparts to request assistance with funding supportive housing in Ottawa, including through capital and operating dollars. Colleagues, thank you for your patience. for that long motion. I hope I can count on your support. Happy to hear from anybody who wants to speak to that or any other part of this. Councillor Troster?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say this is much needed, and thank you for putting this forward. I've always said that along with the need for public bathrooms, we also cannot revitalize downtown Ottawa if we have a significant portion of unhoused individuals with serious needs who are continually passed up for housing. And as we saw in the Auditor General's report, the City Auditor's report on supportive housing, right now the people in the worst shape are not getting housed, and that's leading to, it's very detrimental to their health and also to the health of our communities and to the security of our communities. So this is a very lofty goal, and I'm also very excited at the possibility of creating a supportive housing fund and looking into funding operational dollars, because if we really have no choice at this point, and then really hoping that just invites other levels of government to come to the table because we take that leadership. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Plante, did you have you put it back down? Okay, Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I appreciate this motion. That's something we've all been working towards, is supportive housing as being an important part of the plan. Maybe this is too early to ask a practical question, but just in terms of waiting lists and sorting people out, how are we looking at that? Because that's one of the major concerns that we have. And of course, Ottawa Community Housing, I can pretty much say, is going to be a huge partner in this, and we'll work directly with the city as you are our chief shareholder. But I just wanted to know how that will be sorted.
Chair, that would be sorted through our coordinated access program that's implemented via community agencies that work and through the supportive housing network.
Okay, thank you. Now, I look forward to that partnership because I think that's very important to get this job done. We need to work with nonprofits overall. I think that, frankly, there's just no other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. All right, so is that amending motion carried? Thank you, everyone. And the item is amended. Is that carried? Thank you. We will move to item 18.1, the road modifications for the Manor Park Integrated Road, Water and Sewer Project. And Councillor King, you have a motion, I believe. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas Official Plan Policy 412, Section 11 requires that as part of road reconstruction projects, sidewalks be pursued where possible on all existing local roads in the urban area and villages, and this policy is also referenced in the Transportation Master Plan. And whereas the design for the Manor Park Integrated Infrastructure Renewal Project includes sidewalks on a number of local streets, and whereas the original inclusion of sidewalks on all streets was advanced through the Integrated Project for Efficiency rather than based on a detailed network-based prioritization of pedestrian connectivity, and whereas standalone sidewalk projects included in the Transportation Master Plan and delivered through the Pedestrian Facilities Program were selected based on a number of criteria, including community connectivity, i.e. routes to transit, schools, commercial areas, and other community destinations, network contributions, i.e. role in addressing missing links, availability of alternative routes, improvement to safety and/or comfort relative to existing conditions, and implementation considerations. And whereas prioritizing sidewalk implementation based on connectivity, network contribution, and overall benefit reflects the city's established approach to evaluating and delivering standalone pedestrian infrastructure. And whereas staff have advised through application of the city's pedestrian prioritization criteria that sidewalks on Kilberry north of Arundel, Arundel east of Kilberry, Jeffrey, and Braemar represent higher value connections due to their role in supporting access to transit, schools, and key destinations, while sidewalks on Arundel west of Kilberry and Kilberry south of Arundel provide less network benefit and are considered lower priority from a connectivity perspective. And whereas delaying direction on sidewalk placement could impact the construction timeline for the integrated renewal project, since the contractor needs to prepare plans and coordinate construction activities, subcontractors, and suppliers in order to meet its contract obligations. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to remove sidewalks from the integrated renewal project on Arundel west of Kilberry and Kilberry south of Arundel, while maintaining sidewalks on Kilberry north of Arundel, Arundel east of Kilberry, Jeffrey, and Braemar.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson, I know you have a motion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first two whereas clauses are the same as the previous motion, so I'll go to the third. Whereas councillors have indicated during the Manor Park process that they would like clarity around specific policy guidelines and best practices related to accessibility around street renewal projects. And whereas under the accessibility policy, the City of Ottawa is committed to providing equal treatment to people with disabilities with respect to the use and benefit of city services, programs, goods, and facilities in a manner that respects their dignity and that is equitable in relation to the broader public. This commitment extends to residents, visitors, and employees with visible or non-visible permanent or temporary disabilities. And whereas staff have previously committed through the City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, COMAP, to review the accessibility design standards during the next council term, so they reflect updated provincial requirements and the city's evolving practices. And whereas the implementation of the city's sidewalk network is achieved by various TMP programs within PDBS, as well as infrastructure renewal projects and programs such as the integrated renewal program within IWSD, which may sometimes create gaps in terms of project sequencing. Therefore, be it resolved that staff undertake a review of the implementation approach taken to new sidewalk building across the TMP and integrated renewal program to improve accessibility, connectivity, and safety for pedestrians, and report back during the next term of council. And therefore, be it resolved and be it further resolved that this review include input from the Accessibility Advisory Committee and the community of persons with disabilities. And thank you to Councillor Carr for seconding this motion.
Okay. Councillor King, you have your hand up. Do you want to go at the end? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I decided to look a little bit more into the specific area and specific issues because in Capital, where we've been through 35 roads that have been renewed, and we have another 30 on the 2 to 3 year timeline because of the old infrastructure. So we have so many of these because of how old the streets are. And it's not just a repave. It's all the underground infrastructure, all the sidewalks, everything else. Some areas in Capital Ward don't have sidewalks either. So we've been through it. I just want to make sure I have the designs correct from staff in looking at these areas. You're proposing on most of these streets sidewalks on only one side of the street, not both sides of the street. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And from the designs I saw, parking is still going to be available on one side of the street on all those streets that are receiving sidewalks from what I saw on the designs. I just want to make sure they're updated and correct in what I'm saying.
That's correct.
Okay. And the big thing with street renewals in my ward is whether or not staff take into context, local context and local roads that have different outcomes based on where certain things are, schools, other things like that. So I looked at the designs and I saw that, and I just want to make sure I'm correct here, on Finter, which is a dead end, and on the cul-de-sac on Farnham, no sidewalks are being recommended there, which I understood made sense to me because of the dead end nature, the lack of traffic through those areas. It's more kind of Woodnerf type application. So staff took into account that local context. Is that still the plan as it stands? Is that still what they're proposing?
I'm going to ask our Director of Transportation Planning to come to the table.
So through the mayor, so the two dead-end streets in question were recommended for not having sidewalks because of technical considerations. There's a gas main, mature trees, so that was part of the consideration as well.
Okay. Okay, that local context is really important. And in seeing that you're maintaining parking on all of these streets as well, which I know can be an issue, and sidewalks on one side of the street, this was different than what I had read a lot of the media reports. I have great respect for my colleague, Councillor King, as well. I know he's representing his residents well in this area, speaking about this. I have some concerns about moving forward with massively different designs on some of these streets. I agree with Councillor King about the piece in front of the school should have priority, but that's a separate project. As I understand it, it's not the same project. It's different. And I would support Councillor King in what he's wanting there, which is that safe passage to school, of course. The issue is on these other streets, the context that I see makes a lot of sense for having accessible above grade sidewalks, with the exception of those two areas that you're not putting them in, which are on the dead ends, way less, there's no through traffic there at all. So just on context, I'm happy to hear about Councillor Johnson's motion. Context is very important, and local councils are very important in this, and I think there has been some good design taking into account parking, sidewalks, accessibility in this area, and I was pleased to see once I dug into the designs what was actually being proposed here overall. So I just say that with great respect to my council colleague who's dealing with this on the local ground. It can't be easy because it's right in your ward, and I haven't been through 35 of these roads. I get the implications. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councilman Ard handled my first question. What I basically want to talk about today is accessibility. As a council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, I've received a not insignificant amount of correspondence about sidewalks and accessibility. It was noted in the staff report that I had received correspondence, and I just want to walk through a couple of the delegations that we've heard or the submissions that we've heard, and I've gone back and asked each of these people if I can just cover them off. So I'm not going to read them all out on the screen, but I do want to highlight some things that I consider to be really important as part of these delegations. And the first one is from Mr. Lindenberg, who is in a wheelchair. He also sent us an email today, and he says that he's followed this debate with a mix of disbelief and deep frustration. He talks about the charm should never come at the cost of accessibility, inclusion, walkability, and safety of the whole community. Sidewalks are not an aesthetic choice. They are a lifeline. I depend on them daily. The next slide we'll go to is also a Manor Park resident, or Manor Park adjacent, I should say. Asking why people with disabilities like Mark have to keep struggling for inclusion when it's already in our policies. Why would these streets be exempt? She speaks about her own experience about neighbors who watched grow up and welcomed her disabled son back and then posted signs on their lawn. And that's from a public submission last week at the that said out loud publicly. We also heard, next slide, from Kyle Humphrey, who's a well-known accessibility advocate, who speaks about the decision being made is far beyond these few blocks. It sets a precedent for what we value as a city. The next slide we'll go to is Diana, Manor Park resident, who talks about her husband's mobility gradually decreasing, and the need for going along side streets without sidewalks is always a safety concern. The next slide, Sandy talks about also Manor Park, that there's talks about invisible disabilities and her daughter's needs. And so then the next slide was a submission we received from Louise, who talks about her concerns about accessibility, worrying about if she'll ever have to move. And then the last slide is from John, who's not a Manor Park resident, and he talks about accessibility being a right, not a request. And I just wanted to put those up there. And, we got a lot of information from people saying, well, I have a disability. I don't need to use a sidewalk. I like it better on the road. And, you know, in my experience, there are people with a visual impairment who don't need to have a cane. There are people with a visual, with a hearing impairment who don't need to have an interpreter. But if we can make a difference in the life of one more people, then I think that that's our job. I said it before during the debate about Lansdowne that my parents' first child had hydrocephalus and spina bifida. She couldn't live in our home. She died in an institution. And, you know, nowadays the world is built. We try to build things for everyone. So if we can build things that make a difference in one or two people's life, that is what is important here. And I'm just going to talk from the accessibility point of view and not anything else today. But I do think when there are people representing us and telling us what their needs are, that we need to listen. People always have catchphrases like, we need to build a better city for all. If we're going to build a better city for all, then we build a better city for all.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So thank you very much to Councillor Carr for seconding the motion on the floor. Certainly, she's spoken very well to the rationale behind the motion. I'm going to speak to the residents of College Ward because one might assume on its face that this is a local issue facing Manor Park. But I would like to make the argument today that this is in fact a somewhat uncomfortable but important conversation to have, both with respect to the geography of our city, but also the generations in our city. So in College Ward, we have an outer urban design. We are very similar in some of this conversation. We have streets that were built for cars, and we have a generational shift happening in those neighborhoods. We have sort of two bumps in our demographic curve. We have one around 35, 40, and we have one around 65, 70, and that's okay. I think that is what a turnover in a neighborhood will always look like, but it is very distinct at this time. And so when we're faced with conversations like this, where we're talking about building a street back for 80 years, it is important to acknowledge the generational impacts of those decisions. And without a doubt, you know, everyone should be welcome in our streets, for certain. But when we're presented with an economic opportunity to build something more affordably that is going to stand the test of time as those generations change, I think it's important for us to understand that. I sometimes wonder if I was elected not by mistake, but, you know, I have a certain context in my ward that made me, you know, a good candidate. But I have to sort of touch grass sometimes and think about how, in fact, me being 40 with two young children is exactly why I was elected. I wasn't elected because there was a villain. I was elected because I represent the future of a ward that is undergoing great transformation. And my family looks like my neighbors. And we need to be able to create a community that welcomes folks that are at all different types of life. And so that will involve having challenging conversations. And I'm prepared to have those conversations in College Ward. For my suburban and rural folks, you want your outer urban colleagues to be able to offer transportation choices that will get people out of their cars for small trips. Sidewalks are part of that. And in this case, we have an opportunity to do that more affordably and build out connections over a longer period of time that my children will be alive to see. And it's important for me to know that I did everything I can so that their children can have choices too. You know, we've seen comments come forward where, you know, and I feel it, right? Like I feel a tremendous amount of empathy for this. This neighborhood was built in the 1940s. It worked then, and it must be able to work now. In one way it does, for sure. Like for those for whom it works, great. But for others, it doesn't work anymore. In the 1940s, we had 1 million cars across the entire country, 1 million. And now we're in a very different context. In the 1940s, we heated our houses using oil. And now when we're looking at infrastructure renewal in our own homes, are we considering replacing our oil tank with another oil tank? Probably not. We're probably looking at new technologies, more efficiencies, more bottom lines, and greater affordability. And the city is being asked to make those choices when they are doing infrastructure renewal. And in this case, we're being asked to build back for a future that doesn't always look the same way it did in the 1940s. I recently was at an event where I had a Gen Z person call me out for being a millennial. I have no idea what that meant. I have no idea what that meant. But I was acting like a millennial at the time, and a person who was younger than me thought I was out of touch. I'm prepared to own that. That's where I'm at. So I say this with all the humility in the world. We're not here by accident. The city is evolving, and we're going to have to make investments that look forward for 7 generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson expressed a lot of what I wanted to talk about this afternoon. I've been a city councillor for 12 years now, and this isn't my first rodeo. Westboro, not unlike the outer suburbs, was built to rural standards. It had ditches. There are no sidewalks in much of Westboro. And for the last 15 years or so, call it 20 years, they've been rebuilding it. The pipes are at that age, and it's time to rebuild the infrastructure in Westboro. And for a long time before we adopted the policy in, I think, the last term of council to implement sidewalks when we do street rebuilds, the politicians were able to put their thumb on the scale, and residents didn't want sidewalks, so sidewalks didn't go in. Well, a decade later, on several of the streets that we have, new residents have moved in. They cannot fathom sending their 8 or their 9-year-old walking down a street that does not have a sidewalk. Traffic is faster than it used to be. People are more aggressive than they used to be. The new residents of Westboro have a very different understanding of how streets should function than many of the people who have lived there for decades. And if we don't take the opportunity to put sidewalks in when we do the street rebuilds, we are not going to have that opportunity again for 70 or 80 or 90 years. I've just received a note a couple of nights ago, typical of the notes that I receive about the streets in my ward. A new family has moved in. They're looking for sidewalks, and I cannot tell them that there is any hope that a sidewalk is going to be put in. People are incensed when I pass that message along, that it's going to be 60 or 70 or 80 years before they have the opportunity for a sidewalk. I am in the position of regretting decisions that were made by councillors, several councillors past. I curse the name of councillor so-and-so for not building the sidewalk when they had the opportunity to. And I really don't want the next councillor or the councillor after that or the councillor after that to curse Councillor Leeper for not putting a sidewalk in when they had the opportunity to do so. It is important that we have, I think Councillor Johnson put it well, these uncomfortable conversations with our residents to explain why council has the policies that we do. And it's important for us, I think, as local representatives, for the generations who are going to live on our streets 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. It's important that we be good representatives for them and put the sidewalks in when they have the opportunity. I have not heard anything in the discussion about the Manor Park sidewalks that would suggest staff don't consider that the sidewalks in that they have recommended are anything but recommended, and I will be supporting their original recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. So before I begin, I do want to give my flowers to Councillor King. He was one of the first people to come visit our school street at Tri des Bois, which we had back in 2023. He stood next to me sort of mini protesting the removal of speed cameras at Queen Elizabeth School. I think it was a couple months ago. He is a champion for accessibility, for safe streets. I can absolutely swear on a Bible to that. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. On this issue, however, we are going to differ. And I will kind of go into the context because you guys know I do like to look into the law and to case law. And I don't think it supports his motion. And I'm going to sort of go into more detail. So we've also, I do want to touch too upon what Councillor Johnson talked about, which is a bit of the generational divide. And we saw that in sort of the legal letters that were sent forward by Paul Eric Veal at Lackner Slot, and then the recent one in Denton's by Roberto Abruzzo. But the thing is, judges do not care about any of the following when they are deciding about this issue. They don't care about neighborhood character. They don't care about preferences for delays, deferrals, or kind of Jenga-like arguments. We prefer them here instead of there. They don't care about your request for more studies. They don't care if there have been previous accidents, no accidents. They don't care how long the complainants have lived in the area, their personal preferences, if their perennials are in the right of way. They don't care how many cars you can fit on your driveway. They don't care about your door-to-door survey or your snow clearing. Not only are these positions not supported in case law, they're not supported by our city policy or by planning principles. What judges will care about is what are the policy rationales that were put forward to put this there. They will care about vulnerable users who live in the area, and that's defined by children, seniors, strollers, people with disabilities, etc. And if we, quote, acted reasonably as a municipality, because that is the standard we are held to. And I'm just going to cite 2 case law. There's a ton. So Nelson versus Marchi in the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed that municipalities can be held liable when their decisions create barriers or unsafe conditions for people using public spaces. And I'm just going to ask our solicitor, is the sidewalk considered a public space?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a municipal sidewalk is part of the public infrastructure of the municipality.
All right, thank you. In Just versus British Columbia, the courts confirmed that once a public authority is aware of a hazard, it must take reasonable steps to address it, or as the court put it, governments cannot avoid liability when there is a failure to act at known risks of which they have control. So, and we also know, and this is a bit of an issue that I've come across because Councillor King and I share a street called Beechwood. There are schools on both sides of Beechwood, Tri des Bois on my side and Manor Park Public School on his side, where we have children who attend both schools and have to use the road network to attend to each school. Those people are not always represented in these surveys that were put back and forth. And my inbox has been full of parents who are screaming for these sidewalks. They want them, but they don't necessarily feel comfortable coming forward. They kind of felt like the argument was getting diluted. And I just wanted to point that out because in some of the delegations, we may not have heard everybody who feels very strongly about this issue. And courts across Canada have repeatedly found that municipalities are liable when infrastructure creates unforeseeable risk to users. And I don't know about you guys, but I do not want to go in camera anymore about any more lawsuits. And this is what we're looking at with something like this. So we have to consider that when we're making this decision today. So forcing pedestrians into the roadway is considered a foreseeable risk. And by the way, we saw, I believe it was last week, that even crossing guards are not safe anymore in our city. So let's be clear. The option in the neighborhood is people walking in the street. And by the way, if people want to walk in the street after these sidewalks are built, they're still welcome to do so. They will still have the ability to do so. But right now they don't have the alternative of a sidewalk because there is no alternative of a sidewalk. We also know that once Oh, sorry, I already said that. We also heard concerns about snow clearing surveys and how long people have lived on the streets, but the official plan and the TMP are clear. When we construct roads, we build out pedestrian infrastructure where feasible. And in this case, the city staff have already confirmed that the sidewalks are feasible. They have been in part from the project from the beginning. They have been studied, designed, and included. So this is not a question whether we follow the policy or ignore it. We've also heard that more study is needed, but the official plan is the study. The TMP is the study. These documents reflect years of work, expertise, and consultation. We do not reopen that analysis street by street because a group of residents disagree with the outcomes. If we don't do it now, the deferring of the sidewalks, we are canceling them for a generation and ensuring that future taxpayers will pay more to fix the same problem later. So we can follow our policies, we can reduce risk and liability, we can improve safety and build infrastructure that allows people to move more through their community safely and independently. That's the option I'm going for. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Everyone has said almost all the things I wanted to say, but I just want to make a couple of points. Number one, we go down this road again. I don't think we should have surveys. Canada, we had 3 sidewalk projects, Varley, Leacock, and Halton Terrace. And the survey was a big problem because people filled out the survey and they said, we live on the street and we should be the only people surveyed. What do I care about these other people who don't even live on my street? And we're like, well, because it's about transportation, right? People are coming from other streets. Everybody should have a say. And that was the number one thing. Well, the survey included people that should never have been surveyed. And then the survey results said X, and therefore it's clear we should have no sidewalks.
And I just found the survey was the biggest problem. And I got that in some of the emails we received today. Well, the survey said, and that's all that mattered. So I wanted to make that point for when we go forward. I also want to make the point of, when you survey people right now, well, they're only the people that live in that house right now. When you're a city, a municipality, you build things for 100 years, to, Councillor Johnson's point. This is not about the person who lives in that house right now, who has this kid or that kid. They sell their house to somebody else and they would really have liked to have had a sidewalk, right? So this survey deal, I don't think is a good idea going forward on this. The second thing I will say is, I would like you to know that we put the sidewalks in regardless. People didn't want them, we put them in. I was not listening to it, I wasn't having it. People were angry with me, such is life. And then what happened? Put the sidewalks in. What happened? People emailed me, said, wow, thank God we did those sidewalks. I'm sorry I fought against them. We love them. And I'm telling you, the same thing will happen here. So I wish we weren't actually here having this debate, but I will only be supporting what the original staff recommendation was. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. My colleague who represents Westboro spoke to his residents directly, and the councillor for College Ward spoke to her. So I'll speak to them and just say, regardless of what neighborhood you're in, you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to have an opposing opinion, and you're allowed to disagree with a city plan that's in your neighborhood. And you're allowed to speak up, because this is a democracy. And city councillors aren't employees of the city of Ottawa. We're allowed to take an opposing view, and we're allowed to sit down with the project manager and say, hey, I represent these people. Here's what I'm hearing. How can we massage this plan if possible? Because this is not just isolated to Manor Park. We all have it. Councillor Menard, you referenced 30 or so projects. I've got 7 on the go right now, with more to come. And there's opposition all the time to physical changes that are planned. We don't debate whether or not the 80-year-old water pipes need to be replaced. There's no opposition to that. What people are engaged in is, how will their neighborhood look when the project's over? And so if the city's planning sidewalks and or permanent traffic calming features or relocation of fire hydrants or new street lights, that's what people are engaged in. That's what people come out and have an opinion on. So to me, the macro question is there flexibility in these plans? Are they enshrined in stone? Because if they are enshrined, then why are we having this discussion to begin with? But if there is flexibility, we need to have a better understanding going forward. All right, what flexibility exists? What can we iron out and not have to come back to committee and council in the future on? Because one of my projects, staff haven't made a decision on the sidewalk. They've said, we're going to wait till the Manor Park decision's settled. But where in this motion does it say this decision will now have precedence over all future disagreements on sidewalks or permanent traffic calming or where I put the fire hydrant? So on a block where the average speed is 32 kilometers an hour and staff want 4 speed bumps, people are losing their minds because they don't think it's warranted. Well, policy says in order to maintain 30 kilometers, you have to have speed bumps every 80 meters. That's why you have 4 speed bumps proposed. So we're doing our jobs. We reflect what we hear. It's never unanimous. And we try and put public safety at the forefront of all decisions we're making and reflect what we hear from the public. So I don't think this debate is or is not about, ignoring our priorities on public safety. It's how do you strike that balance? So for members of the public who have pushed back in the past, that's okay. You're allowed, continue to do that, continue to ask questions. But the bigger question for me is, how does this impact future decisions on future projects where sidewalks will come up again, where permanent traffic calming features will come up again? Do we continue to have these debates and force it to committee, or where do we go from here? So I want to understand from staff, for these projects, when there is an integrated renewal project, water infrastructure, road redesign, how much flexibility really is there between the city, residents, and the councillor? And will whatever decision is made today have precedence on decisions going forward?
Through the mayor. So I'll take that question. So there is nothing in the motion presented that came from committee or that the two that have been tabled here that would create a new precedent in terms of other neighborhoods. I would say that the process by which we go through, we call it the road modification process. When we do that, we're trying to have the councillors' local intel of the community and what they need, and factor in, is there, do we understand everything before we move this project forward, and is there different ways to meet the city policy, different ways to implement that city policy that maybe take account for that local context. And as Councillor Menard was outlining in his questions in this particular neighborhood, how that might factor street to street, and we'd make different decisions, but we're still following a common policy. My colleague and I from infrastructure are working together to see what we can do to refresh the road modification agreement policy to make it more transparent how those decisions get made, what would trigger coming to council, what doesn't, how do we make sure that they're made in a timely way so that it doesn't slow down a project because these conversations exist. So we plan to come back to the Public Works Committee in the near future with a refresh of the document, but not a change of policy, just a making it more transparent and clear to everyone how it works.
Thank you. I'll just close by saying most rational people, you would think, would want sidewalks. Sidewalks are a good thing. I am surprised how many people are opposed to them. And it's for different reasons. And some are reasonable and some are completely not reasonable. There are streets in my ward where people argue it will impact the nature and look of the neighborhood when it's a collector street and they need sidewalks. We have to be able to address this and avoid future battles in the future. If we've enshrined it, if we as a council have elected policy through official plan and or transportation master plan, then we can't blame staff for bringing forward proposals or projects that have sidewalks because we've approved it. We've agreed to the criteria or the ground rules, but really is having to avoid these battles in the future. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. I echo my fellow colleague Brockington's points. First of all, there was a lot of indication that, this will set up a legal challenge for us in the future, and maybe we'll get some clarification on that. As we know, there's plenty of sidewalk installations we're ready to roll with. When we know about a pothole, we're also liable if we don't do any action on it, but at the same time, the success levels are almost none. Mr. Huxley, is this a real argument? I mean, we still, as a municipality, could set priority, can we not?
Mr. Mayor, the city has an obligation under the Municipal Act when it comes to a highway, and that responsibility is to ensure that the highway or the roadway is kept in a state of repair that is reasonable in the circumstances, including the character and location of the particular highway. It's a statutory duty, so the argument is that whatever the considerations are for a particular area of the locale will be taken into consideration. And whether or not the city has met its duty, that extends, the duty of repair extends to proper design, construction, and maintenance of that infrastructure.
Yeah, and I was only pointing that out because there's many things we could be liable for, but again, that's a whole other kettle of fish, so we're going to remove that argument. I'd like the generational talk, though. I'm part of Gen X, the feral generation. The generation that was financially responsible and democratic. And I think my colleague really pointed out, if we were just policy driven, again, I've said this before, we just say, great, throw your hands up. Don't listen to the constituents that voted you in. Well, that'd be kind of foolish. because again, we wouldn't have our jobs. Now, I'll point out a couple of quick examples. One of the ones was related to Spencer Street and Kitchissippi Ward. Staff were plowing ahead with it. We're excited about it. But I'm glad the good councillor for the area had the sense to listen to his constituency and stop the project. That's why we're there, is to listen to our constituencies. This is the reality of why we have our jobs. And again, people can live and die by the sword. They can make the decisions for their constituency. So I'll be supporting my good friend, Councillor King, on his efforts. And again, hopefully we can get back to the fact that setting priorities is going to be critical. The price of fuel is going up, which directly leads to asphalt, which leads to a whole bunch of tough decisions councillors are going to have to make because we don't have an unlimited bag of money to be able to keep doing things. So setting priority, I think, is the key part. And it's been made very clear. He has sidewalks to nowhere with children going to schools. I think that's where we have to make this whole focus change. So thank you again for your time today, and that's my points, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize this is a difficult conversation. When I first was elected, I had a burning desire to put in a sidewalk from where I used to live, on the street that I used to live on, because my memory was that it was, in front of my house, there was no sidewalk and my kids walked to school. And I thought when I got elected, I could go back and fix that. Well, I still haven't. And the reason is because there's no infrastructure work that's going to happen on that street. Despite the fact that it's a collector and it's leading to a station, it's still not going to see another sidewalk. It has one on one side, but on our side, it did not. And it always frustrated me. But I'm also quite aware when I read, when I looked into the history of it, is that most people didn't want it. They didn't want a sidewalk way back then. There was an opportunity way back then and before I was there, but it was a pushback on it. And Councillor Leeper knows which one I'm talking about. It's, it was different reasons, but people didn't want a sidewalk. That was the thought. I have had sidewalks put in the ward, some very successfully. And my favorite one is the sidewalk that was put in to lead to a school and park. It had nothing to do with infrastructure. It just got done because it was leading to a school and a park. And I really appreciated the work of the city to do that. It was not welcomed by the houses that it was in front of. They didn't want it. It was the people who were going to the school. And that was a big boom. And I have to say the city did a great job. And the feedback I got later from the people where the sidewalks is in front of agreed that it was well done. So these are some of the examples I get. I've had a number of infrastructure projects, and where I can, I say go for it if we can get a sidewalk as part of the package. It's happened several times. We have a lot of infrastructure work happening in Bay Ward with major roads being dug up for replacement of water lines, etc. And these are all things that mean that, okay, we have an opportunity and we take advantage of it. So sidewalks are something important. And just like bike lanes as well, sometimes you get the opportunity and sometimes they don't connect to other places, but you got to take every opportunity because you never know when they're going to come up again. I'm quite aware of the pushback on sidewalks, but let's remember that these streets are not going to be static. We've just proved a plan for the city where we're going to have maybe 3 or 4 up to units on each of those properties. We're not going to stay the same. We're going to see differences, and there's going to be a lot more people living in these neighborhoods in the future. Let's not lose that opportunity to make sure that those neighborhoods have sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're going to the movers of the motions now to wrap up, if that's all right. Councillor King, we'll go to you first, and then Councillor Johnson. I'll just go in the order the motions were made. Councillor King, are you? you want to wrap up on your motion?
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Colleagues, as you know, there's been significant discussion around the Manor Park Renewal Project, particularly regarding sidewalk placement. But I really want to provide at least a little bit of context about what's going on here. I would agree that evolving cities require investment, but investment requires proper assessment. And the community had asked for assessments, especially around active transportation infrastructure, dating back to 2021 through its official plan amendment exercise, which never occurred. And the reason why the community was asking for these assessments was because of the criticality of transportation projects and land use changes that are coming to Manor Park. As an example, the potential opening of Hemlock Road to the CLC lands, to Wateridge Village, that would see the potential of 10,000 people having access to Hemlock. The creation of a traffic circle next to the school. The community asking for investments, and they've been asking for over a decade for investments around the school for sidewalks as well as on Eastbourne. But we also know that there's going to be the potential of 30-story towers that will come to that community, and that will be throughout that community, as well as work that will be undertaken, integrated water sewer work on Hemlock. And right now we're also having a discussion around improving the public realm on Beechwood Avenue that might lead to a complete reconstruction of that street. All that the community was asking for since 2021 was for us to look at that challenge that's going to confront the community. And it had asked for neighborhood level studies. Those studies were never undertaken. And so with the emergence of this project, of course, there was concern. There's concern because there's a certain amount of criticality around the transportation projects and the land use that will emerge in Manor Park. I tell people, and this is the truth, Manor Park will see more change within the next 10 to 15 years than in the last 50. And so that warrants, in my estimation, as a local councillor, proper study. And that is what we were really seeking before work was undertaken. I don't see this as an ideological exercise. I mean, I don't think anybody seriously around this table will be arguing about the necessity for sidewalks. The question for the community had always been about sequencing and prioritization. What we had learned in the last week from staff is that there are prioritization criteria. And that is one of the reasons why I moved this motion, working with staff to understand what that prioritization criteria is. And it would have been helpful within this process at its outset to have had that information from staff. But in terms of how this file is playing out, I am supportive and thankful for Councillor Johnson bringing a motion. I will also be bringing an inquiry around how the RMA process works, because obviously this is a political decision. There's some people who have contacted us and said that this is just a policy decision. Obviously it's not, because I was asked for concurrence on the project, and I want to provide inputs. And if we see some change in the process to address policy gaps that we have identified in terms of nuanced scenarios like this one, I want to see that come to fruition and be considered by council. Since committee, I have had the opportunity to work more closely with staff to look at how these sidewalk segments function within the context of the city's prioritization criteria. And I want to start by acknowledging staff. This was actually collaborative work, and I appreciate the effort to improve this project. Throughout this process, it became clear that not every segment contributes equally to connectivity. Using the city's established prioritization criteria, staff identified that some segments do not significantly improve or improve connections to transit, schools, or key destinations, while others clearly do. This level of refinement came out of the follow-up work after committee, and it has strengthened the outcome. The motion before you reflects that work. It maintains sidewalks where staff has deemed them high priority based on their criteria and removes those identified as low priority. This is about applying city policies in a way that reflects how people move through their neighborhoods. It also reflects our role as councillors to ensure that citywide approaches are implemented in a way that makes better sense for the communities we represent. This approach supports a more connected network overall and helps ensure we are making the most effective use of our infrastructure investments. Importantly, it allows us to do this while keeping the project on schedule. I want to again thank staff for their collaboration in working through this motion with my office, and I ask for your support for this amending motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And briefly, because I know that we've exhausted this conversation. So certainly, I believe in democracy. I believe in the democratic process. We had a motion at PWIC last week that talked about much the same outcome, perhaps a different rationale. And at that time, we debated the merit of the motion and we came to our conclusions as to whether or not it should pass. And it failed because we are able to, balance our interests both as, local councillors as well as looking at a citywide prerogative. That's what we do here. So in this sense, we also have a motion on the floor to delete sidewalks. And for me, I thought what was still missing was the conversation that I believe all of us have a vested interest in on a citywide basis, which is the sequencing and prioritization of sidewalks. I think that's a meritorious conversation. Why do we have two programs that don't necessarily talk to each other? I think that is where we start tripping over ourselves when we're talking to our residents. The TMP responds to need. It assesses based on criteria for need. The infrastructure projects are based on opportunity, where you are already there doing the work, where you don't have to go back a bunch of times in front of someone's house and rip something up and interfere with their driveway and do the whole bit. They're not the same. And we might think that's okay. Residents think that's a bit bananas, and we should be able to have that conversation. So instead of exclusively voting against something, my motion seeks to allow us to vote for something where we can come together and say, okay, let's talk about this in an organized fashion. Let's see how we balance all of the competing priorities within different programs and see if there's a way that we can express to the public that we're actually doing things deliberately. I have a lot of folks that say, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This motion is trying to help us tell the story of how it makes sense, in my view. And it should allow for more nuance in the conversation, perhaps, where councillors are able to bring forward their local priorities, but we still protect and defend those aspects of the official plan that relate to accessibility and safety. So I wanted to bring that forward in the context of the conversation. I will not be supporting the King motion. I will be supporting the staff report as it was originally designed. And on a go forward basis, I'd like to have a different conversation, but I don't believe necessarily that this exception is going to offer us anything but further challenges. So thank you.
Thank you. Just before we vote for clarity, can staff just comment on, are you comfortable with and do you support Councillor Johnson's motion?
Yes, we can implement both motions.
Yeah,
we're comfortable with Councillor King's motion and Councillor Johnson's motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will vote, the motions are not mutually exclusive, so we'll vote on them separately and one does not preclude the other. So we'll vote first on Councillor Johnson's motion, then on Councillor King's motion, then on the original item. On Councillor Johnson's motion, is that carried? Okay, and then we'll have a recorded vote on Councillor King's motion.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Yes. Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Devine. No. Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper.
No.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Hubley. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
7 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, thank you. We will move to item 18.2. Sorry, the item is amended now. That's just on the original item as amended by Councillor Johnson's motion. Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. We'll move to item 18.2, which is the Bank Street Active Transportation and Transit Priority Feasibility Study. Councillor Menard, do you have an amending motion?
Yes, thanks very much, Mayor. It's cleaning up a few things around data collection in particular. The first is around examining subject to, I'll read the therefore be resolves to keep it quicker. One is to examine subject to funding availability and operational resources, increasing bus frequency during peak periods, and to advise council of any recommended adjustments through the annual budget process or a separate report as appropriate. And two, as part of the pilot's data review and monitoring plan, to consult regularly with the Glebe Community Association and the Glebe Business Improvement Area and gather quantitative and qualitative data on sales impacts, time saved for commuters, and changes in foot traffic. Staff shall ensure a memo is produced 6 months into the pilot with a comprehensive report on these results. This report shall also include a review of available data from the northbound lane changes previously implemented in Old Ottawa South. And 3, implement the pilot time of day bus-only lanes in accordance with existing peak period times and collect data for potential future adjustments based on evidence and results. And 4, review options for more low-cost but effective transit priority advanced lights in addition to the set proposed for Exhibition Way.
Okay, any comments on that or on the original item? All right, so the amending motion, is that carried? And the item is amended, is that carried? All right, we are going to go in camera again for an LRT update. So I'm going to ask Councillor Luloff to read the motion to move in camera. We are going to take approximately a 15 to 20 minute break before we resume in camera, so everybody has a chance to regroup. So we'll start again in about 20 minutes. Councillor Luloff, if you will.
Be it resolved, the City Council resolve in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 3(1) echo, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1) F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to the light rail LRT legal updates.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Is that carried? All right, we'll resume in about 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. the benefit of the public, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to the light rail transit legal updates. As the content of the in-camera update contains information pertaining to the legal aspects of the subject matter, the material falls within the exception contemplated by subsections 13(1)(e) and (f) of City Council's procedure bylaw. As such, the matter will not be reported out. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. Item 21 on the agenda, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports, Councillor Luloff.
That the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 34, Audit Committee Report 16, Built Heritage Committee Report 30, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 22, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 35, Joint Planning and Housing and Community Services Committee Report 1, Planning and Housing Committee Report 62, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Report 35. We weren't busy at all this last month. And the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of March 11th, 2026 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? So we'll move to motions of which notice has previously been given. Items 23.1 and 23.2 are motions from Councillor Kelly, who has had to send his regrets. So Councillor Kitts has a motion to defer those.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas the motions of which notice has been previously given, currently listed on the agenda as items 23.1 and 23.2, were moved by Councillor Kelly on March 11, 2026. And whereas Councillor Kelly has sent his regrets for the council meeting of April 8, 2026, therefore be it resolved that the motions listed as items 23.1, public-facing organizational chart and staff directory, and 23.2 service standards for councillors' responses be deferred to the next regular meeting of council currently scheduled for April 22nd, 2026.
Is that carried? Thank you. Item 23.3 is the I Love Barhaven Market 2026 motion. Do you need to speak to it or you're good? Is that carried? Might be the first motion with an emoji in it. Motions is requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Kavanaugh has a motion to authorize, it's a time-sensitive motion as I understand it, to authorize the purchase of a piece of Mother Elm on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much. It's short, don't worry. Whereas construction of Ottawa's light rail transit LRT system required the removal of many mature trees within the existing transportation and park corridors, including the Byron Linear Park, whereas the tree known as Mother Elm, located in the Byron Linear Park, held significant ecological, historic, and community value for residents of the surrounding communities. Whereas portions of the Mother Elm has been preserved and made available for reclamation and reuse, and whereas residents of the area would like these preserved pieces to be placed in the community to honor the legacy of the Mother Elm, support sustainable practices, and create a meaningful and shared community asset. And whereas under council expense policy, purchasing and donating a material asset to a city-funded service is deemed ineligible, barring a resolution from council. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council approve payment for the piece of Mother Elm to be refinished and crafted to a functional piece of furniture using the councillor's constituency services budget for the purpose of donating the piece. And be resolved that the finished piece of furniture be donated for shared community use in a publicly accessible location as a means of commemorating the Mother Elm and fostering community connection. That's it.
Did you want to say anything?
Well, it's our short form for it is called the cookie. It's a great big piece of trim of the tree, so it shows that it was over 100 years old. It's huge and it's beautiful, and it'll be made into a coffee table. One is going to go in the Carlingwood Public Library, and it looks like we'll be able to get a second one in there as well if this passes. We've got the support of Archives, who thought this was a great idea.
Is that carried? Thank you. Notices of motion. Councillor Carr, I believe you have 2 notices of motion, if I'm not mistaken. You want to read those now? Councillor Carr, are you ready? I can go to somebody else if you want.
Yeah, no. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
Okay. Do I just read the therefore clauses?
There's 24 of us. Yeah, go ahead and read.
Well, I'm just going to read the whole thing. Okay, municipal food strategy. Whereas the City of Ottawa does not currently have in place an embedded municipal food strategy that incorporates elements that promote a local food system, whereas the majority of Canadian cities have in place such a strategy, including Vancouver, Victoria, Calgary, Edmonton, Guelph, Halifax, Toronto, Montreal, and Winnipeg, whereas the City of Ottawa has some initiatives underway that could contribute to such a strategy, including a food waste reduction strategy and a poverty reduction strategy, and Council has advanced additional initiatives, including the Community Garden Action Plan motion moved by Kits and Carr, and the Food Security motion moved by Carr and Kits that advanced a comprehensive advocacy framework to tackle food insecurity at its roots, whereas the strategic objective in the Council's strategic plan is that the effects of poverty and food insecurity are reduced through work with community partners. Therefore, be it resolved that City staff report back to Council by the end of Q2 2027 on the feasibility of developing a municipal food strategy that would cover the following streams: food access, food waste, food production, and food distribution, and be citywide in scope. The feasibility report would include information on what a potential strategy would entail, including resources, and would include existing programs as well as examining improvements in all streams, for example, establishing food hubs, city-owned grocery stores to improve food access, or increasing incentives for urban agriculture and promotion of local food businesses. Yep, that's it, I think. Unless I lost a second page. Sorry.
I think that's it.
Yep. Yep, it is. Sorry about that.
So then you have a second one?
I do have a second one. Completely different topic. Commemorative naming, Claude Bennett Park. Whereas on July 2024, City Council approved the commemorative naming policy, and this one's very long. Whereas Claude Bennett, whereas in keeping with its powers set out in the Municipal Act 2001, Council may assign a commemorative name by resolution, notwithstanding the provisions included in the commemorative naming policy. And whereas Claude Bennett was a Canadian politician, civic leader, and dedicated volunteer who was born and raised in Ottawa, and whereas Claude Bennett was elected to Ottawa City Council in 1960 and served as alderman for Capital Ward until 1972, and whereas Claude Bennett was senior controller of the Ottawa Board of Control from 1970 to 1972, and in such capacity served as acting deputy mayor of Ottawa, was elected to provincial parliament in 1971 and served as MPP for Ottawa South until 1987, and whereas Claude Bennett was asked by the Premier of Ontario to serve in Ontario's parliamentary cabinet as Minister without portfolio, Minister of Industry and Tourism, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and Chairman of Cabinet, and whereas Claude Bennett served the citizens of Ottawa and Canada in leadership positions at Canada Morgan and Housing Corporation, the Ottawa International Airport Authority, the Ottawa Transition Board, and the Royal Canadian Mint, and whereas Claude Bennett was a director of the Central Canada Exhibition Association for over 30 years, whereas Claude Bennett promoted amateur and professional sports through his involvement with the Commonwealth Games Association and Foundation of Canada, as well as some others, whereas Claude Bennett also supported numerous other institutions in leading volunteer advisory roles, including the University of Ottawa Heart Institute, Canada Safety Council, and some others, whereas the Claude Bennett family wished to cover the cost of the production and installation of a park sign. Therefore, be it resolved that the park currently known as Faircrest Heights Park, located at 550 Smythe Road, be renamed Claude Bennett Park, and be it further resolved that an appropriate stand and plaque be installed displaying the name and including a brief history of Claude Bennett's contributions to his community, and be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the stand, plaque, and subsequent event will be funded through the Mayor's Office Thriving Communities Capital Account, and be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the park sign be funded by the Claude Bennett family, and be it further resolved that all text for signage and commemorative plaque shall be bilingual and subject to approval by the General Manager of Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services. And because it's bilingual, I'm going to read that all in French now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it is Claude Bennett, not Claude. He went by Claude. Seriously.
Yeah, sorry, I stumbled on that. Yep.
Yeah. Conseillère Plante.
Okay, here we go. Whereas porch pirates are an increasing issue throughout the city and in Ward 12 especially, where many residents do shift work and cannot access traditional shopping during regular hours, and whereas many porch pirates are following delivery trucks to steal packages shortly after they are dropped off, and whereas there's a lack of delivery lockers where people can access their packages safely in a secure location, and whereas companies such as Amazon have offered to install lockers for free and cover an attendant cost, whereas private businesses approached to host delivery lockers have declined, citing concerns over lost parking spaces, cost of disposal of packaging, and insurance.
Whereas the city-owned facilities could potentially host outdoor secure delivery lockers that would help reduce the incidence of porch piracy. Therefore, be it resolved that the Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services, RCFS, department be directed to work with Supply Services to issue a request for expression of interest, RFEOI, no later than Q2 2026 to determine if there are delivery warehouse companies interested in installing at their cost secure outdoor delivery lockers on city property, subject to fair market value compensation to the city. And be it further resolved that should such an interest be identified as part of RFEOI, that the general manager of RCFS work with Supply Services and interested proponents to identify viable locations for the installation of outdoor secure lockers with safe access on pilot project basis, including but not limited to possible options at Richelieu-Vanier Community Center. And be it further resolved that staff report back to City Council on the results of the pilot project no later than Q3 2027 with a recommendation regarding a possible citywide expansion of the project of the installation of secure delivery lockers at other city facilities. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas recreation enhances the well-being of individuals, families, neighborhoods, and communities, and the City of Ottawa is committed to offering high-quality programs and leisure opportunities that support residents in leading healthy, active lives and contribute to making our city an exceptional place to live, work, and play. And whereas youth voices help shape our civic, social, and environmental future, and it is essential that we create spaces to empower young people to contribute meaningfully. And whereas inclusive and equitable access to recreation fosters positive youth development, social justice, and community belonging. And whereas National Youth Week celebrates the importance of recreation and parks in supporting youth growth, and highlights the meaningful contributions youth make to building stronger, more vibrant communities. And whereas National Youth Week is celebrated across Canada for over a decade, recognizing the first week of May as Youth Week, and whereas local organizations including Youth Ottawa, the Youth Services Bureau of Ottawa, YNRA, BGC, and Uniting for Children and Youth have demonstrated strong support for the recognition and celebration of National Youth Week in Ottawa, and whereas the City of Ottawa's previous proclamation of National Youth Week led to a range of activities, events, and sports initiatives that promoted and encouraged youth participation and engagement across the city. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa, in recognition of the vital role youth play in shaping our community and the importance of recreation and supporting youth development, hereby proclaims May 1st to May 7th, 2026 as National Youth Week.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Whereas the City of Ottawa is home to significant waterways, including the Ottawa River, and Rideau Canal, which are central to the city's natural heritage, recreation, and quality of life, and whereas access to clean, safe, and healthy waterways supports public health, climate resilience, biodiversity, and community well-being, and whereas swimmable urban waterways contribute to a livable, inclusive, and healthy city by supporting physical and mental well-being, strengthening community connection, and enhancing recreation, tourism, and cultural expression tied to Ottawa's natural and built heritage, aligning with the multiple term of council priorities. Whereas advancing safe, accessible, and ecologically healthy waterways requires integrated planning, long-term investment, and collaboration with Indigenous communities, residents, and partners to balance environmental, social, cultural, and economic values while improving water quality and public access over time. And whereas the City of Ottawa offers a wide range of swimming programs and is committed to ensuring swim lessons are affordable and accessible for children and adults to safely enjoy the city's public pools. And one little change, and what was the, okay, I'll tell you later. Natural swimming areas, whereas Swimmable Cities is a global initiative with 236 diverse signatory organizations across 115 cities and 37 countries, including 17 municipalities, dedicated to advancing safe, accessible, and ecologically healthy urban waterways. And whereas becoming a signatory to the Swimmable Cities Charter would demonstrate the City of Ottawa's commitment to protecting waterways enhancing public access, and supporting long-term environmental stewardship in partnership with Indigenous communities, residents, and stakeholders. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council endorse the principles of the Swimmable Cities Charter, and the Mayor be authorized to sign the Charter on behalf of the City of Ottawa. And be further resolved that staff be directed to incorporate the Charter's principles, where appropriate and within existing authority, into ongoing and future work related to natural systems, climate resiliency, waterfront planning, and the planning and delivery of municipal recreation services, including sanctions, beaches, and public swimming areas. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to engage with the National Capital Commission, the La Ville de Gatineau, and other municipalities to explore options for adopting the Charter's principles across the National Capital Region and the Ottawa River catchment. Thank you. That one change was just to say sanctioned beaches. That was earlier. Right. So that was it.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reference counter-radicalization programming. Be it resolved that staff include counter-radicalization programming in the community safety and well-being plan.
Why can't they all be that lengths? Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Luloff.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Luloff.
Whereas this has been I'm just kidding. That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of April 8th, 2026. Is
that carried? Inquiries, Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. To support more informed, consistent, and transparent decision-making through the RMA process, particularly in established communities where multiple transportation changes and policy objectives are intersecting, I'm seeking clarification on its application, how it aligns with broader city policies, and opportunities for improvement. 1, can staff provide the criteria currently used to determine whether roadway elements such as sidewalks are included, not recommended, or removed through the RMA process? Can staff outline how factors such as connectivity to schools and transit, pedestrian demand, and network gaps are considered, if at all, including any weighting or prioritization applied? How are RMA decisions aligned with the city's broader policy framework, including the TMP, the OP, and the IMP? Where these plans identify priorities related to active transportation, connectivity, and complete communities, how are those priorities considered in project-level RMA decisions? Where there is a disconnect between project-level recommendations and broader policy objectives, how is that addressed? Can staff comment on the feasibility of introducing an updated or standardized decision-making framework within the RMA process that, 1, aligns with the TMP, OP, and IMP priorities, improves consistency and transparency, and supports clear justifications when roadway elements are included, excluded, or deferred? What level of analysis is required to support staff recommendations for final project design and RMA decisions? Where supporting studies do not assess local or neighborhood level impacts, how is this addressed within project review? Can staff clarify the role of community and ward councillor input within the RMA process and final project design decisions? How is the input reviewed, documented, incorporated into staff recommendations? Is there a defined approach for how such input is weighted relative to technical analysis and policy considerations? Under what circumstances can community or councillor input result in changes to recommended roadway elements, as example, inclusion, removal, or deferral? Can staff provide examples of where such input has resulted in a change to the recommended design or scope? Can staff clarify what considerations fall outside of the scope of the RMA process, e.g. broader network connectivity, cumulative impacts, or future planned transportation changes? Where such considerations are relevant to a project, how are they currently addressed outside the RMA process, if at all? If the process were to be updated, can staff comment on whether and how considerations such as connectivity and future transportation needs could be more explicitly incorporated? How do project timelines and construction constraints influence RMA decisions? What flexibility currently exists to refine, defer, or stage specific roadway elements without delaying the overall project? And can staff identify opportunities to introduce greater flexibility within the RMA process to allow for more complete analysis or alignment with broad planning where needed?
Okay, thank you, Councillor King. Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Luloff.
That the proceedings of City Council meeting of April 8th, 2026 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. I miss you already.